Hello, everybody. Welcome to our mid-year celebration in NorCal VGC in Sunnyvale, California.
Yes, this is a mid-year celebration. We are here at CardArt in Sunnyvale.
Yeah, and we're not obviously no championship points on the line, but honor and just having fun with the game is certainly worth it. We've got some fun teams for we've got 22 players here, which is pretty great, or 23 rather for this tournament, which is just for fun. And yeah, we've got some fun teams here. Yeah, no Charizard yet.
No Charizard yet. We do have Hydreigon, who's a little bit smaller than I remember, but otherwise looking pretty good.
Hydreigon the teeny is on our screens today. That's great. Yeah, we've got Sebastian and Jacob. I believe both these players will be at the World Championships in their respective divisions. Sebastian in the Masters division, Jacob in the Seniors division. So great World Caliber players. So looking forward to see how these two teams match up because, yeah, definitely not the sort of standard compositions we might be expecting from regulation MB format so far. I really like the look of this. The dual megas with Lopunny and Aerodactyl and Malamar and Mawile are certainly not the combinations you definitely see. So that's a Life Orb and Incineroar.
Yes, I was waiting to point that out. This guy's going to hit hard.
Yeah, we've seen what is it, Charcoal Incineroar in the prior regulation, doing pretty well at the North American International Championship. So why don't we just one-up that a little bit more? How about Life Orb Incineroar? Big fake-out damage, something that Sebastian's going to definitely need to be worried about. This is a pretty offensive Aerodactyl with the likes of Ice Fang to help deal with Garchomp's. Not going to be as relevant against Jacob's team, though. Ice Fang is nice against the two grass types that Jacob does have to help get these speeds in Jacob's favor, but those will not be on the lead quite yet. Instead, it will be the lead of Mousehold and Malamar against the Lopunny and Hydreigon, and things are instantly very, very different from what we might normally expect in this format. Where's the Charizard?
Yeah, maybe not the Mega Pokemon you might be expecting. I know the running joke is that the best Mega in Regulation MB is the same as in Regulation MA, that being Charizard Y. But I really like this Lopunny over here. Very, very popular in singles, but has been picking up in usage in the doubles format as well. Sebastian's Lopunny has Fake Out, Close Combat, Triple Axle, and Protect. Fake Out, Close Combat, pretty standard for Lopunny, but Triple Axle is definitely an interesting option here. Usually it's that normal move. Lopunny does have the Scrappy, or Mega Lopunny, excuse me, has the Scrappy ability, allows it to hit Ghost-type Pokemon. So that means your normal moves are only resisted by Steel types, which are, of course, weak to close combat. But instead, we have Triple Axle.
Yeah, which I really like as an option against both of those grass types that resist the fighting moves that Lopunny loves to go for. Normally, we're seeing Mega Malamar immediately getting faked out with that. I haven't actually seen Mega Malamar in-game. It looks pretty cool. There's the Scarf Hydreigon going next with its Dark Pulse. A sizable chunk to this offensive Mousehold will retaliate with a pretty big population. Okay, that was one hit from. There's two hits, but if Mousehold's able to stay true with all of these population bombs, I think this might just be the end of Hydreigon. And also interesting to see that the Lopunny did not Mega Evolve, so potentially Sebastian looking to Mega Evolve the Aerodactyl in the back, or at least just thinking, I don't really need to quite yet. No need to pull that trigger if I'm just going to Fake Out. And now Zarina, after the Hydreigon has fallen down, Zarina will be now hitting the field. And this Mega Malamar is what you would expect from Malamar, going for the standard superpower and knockoff. Also has a Trick Room option as well. So probably no Mawile in the back for Jacob with a commitment to the Mega Malamar, which is always a fun one. And Lopunny finally deciding to Mega Evolve this time on turn 2, going for a Triple Axle in order to not lower its attack, or its defense and special defense. All 3 hits connect, and so Mousehold finished by a similarly multi-hit move.
Yeah, Mousehold, one of the faster Pokemon in the game, but Mega Lopunny, one of the fastest. And this is a big superpower coming out. Barely does not pick up the KO.
Yeah, not enough onto Lopunny. That Malamar's not the strongest Pokemon, but of course, the whole point is that with Contrary, every time it does go for those superpowers, it will be boosting its attack and defense instead of lowering them. Also, great call from Sebastian to not go for close combat. Had he gone for close combat, Lopunny would have just been KO'd to that superpower from the Mega Malamar. So great option there. And Scrappy also coming in handy to make sure that Lopunny is not intimidated by this very threatening Life Orb Incineroar. Fake Out also not on the table.
Yeah, I like the taunt play Sebastian made from Serena into the Mega Malamar. Of course, that is to stop Quick Room, but perhaps more importantly this turn, it will stop a Protect. Uh, both of Sebastian's Pokemon can just go for a Protect of their own to stop this Incineroar coming in, but instead that Incineroar swapped out for Mega Mawile. We actually see 0 Protects.
Yeah, no, just regular Mawile. Not going to get a chance to Mega Evolve as it takes a massive close combat as Malamar goes for yet another superpower, taking the 5% off of Lopunny's health bar to pick up the second KO here. So Sebastian's intimidated and soon to be secondly intimidated. Serena's next move with a low kick that does very minimal damage to this +2 defense Mega Malamar. And so Mega Malamar kind of running away with this game despite all this work, but Gholdengo will certainly put a stop to that powerful Make It Rains with a Life Orb of its own alongside Shadow Balls. Will be definitely threatening into Mega Malamar despite its pretty great natural special defense. And Mawile's really not contributing much. It really loves to Mega Evolve, but can't really do that when Malamar has taken the spotlight.
Yeah, an interesting dynamic we haven't mentioned quite yet is that Serena's main attacking move, nice Sucker Punch there. Serena's main attacking move is a drop kick, and it can't go for that into Malamar because that will actually raise Malamar's attack stat.
Yeah, so instead of going for a low kick, which actually, after that Intimidate from Incineroar prior, does not actually KO the Mawile either, so it still looks like it's going to be hard to try to find a way to get through this Malamar. Serena has Helping Hand, but Gholdengo, as good as gold, will stop any potential Helping Hand, so Gholdengo's going to have to do all the work on its own with this Shadow Ball. Is this enough to pick up Malamar? Not even close, even with the Life Orb. Malamar's special bulk is so good. And so Malamar's just going to keep clicking that superpower button over and over again. It'll eventually have to switch off of that in order to hit the Ghost Steel type Gholdengo, but at this point, knockoff is at, what, +4 Malamar? I think a knockoff should be more than enough at this point. And even if Malamar does get burst down by another Shadow Ball or a Make It Rain, it could clear the board. There's that Life Orb Incineroar, which Gholdengo really is not going to appreciate. Non-Mega Sucker Punch still doing pretty good damage to Gholdengo as Sebastian goes for yet another Shadow Ball, finally picking up this Malamar, but if you're Jacob, that Malamar has done absolutely enough work so far.
Yeah, KO'd 3 of the 4 Pokemon on Sebastian's team.
Pretty good.
And I dare say perfectly set up this Incineroar that's going to come in, and that's yeah, that Gholdengo is not surviving.
Not. I don't think so. And sometimes we're seeing Gholdengo start to run some more interesting movesets that we hadn't in Scarlet and Violet, picking up things like Power Gem, which this one does carry Power Gem. But yeah, this Sucker Punch alone from the Mawile is actually enough to pick up the Gholdengo. And Life Orb, Power Gem, usually not enough to completely one-hit KO an Incineroar. So barring a critical hit, I think Jacob was in a pretty safe spot in that game 1. But that was a very interesting game. It was a very interesting game 1. I think both players learned sort of how each player wants to approach this particular matchup. Certainly not what I really expected, right? I think I didn't expect the non-Mega Mawile in the back, which still actually contributed, which is kind of crazy because Mawile is really made by its Mega Evolution. Giving that huge power is absolutely massive, but Jacob was fine just having it sit there and click Sucker Punch a couple times just to get some chip damage in. And even non-Mega Mawile is still a Steel Fairy type, which is a fantastic typing to have.
Yeah, I would argue the best typing in the game. I'm curious if Sebastian will switch it up. I feel like his team comp was very much prepped for the Trickery matchup. You know, we saw the taunt on the Malamar trying to KO the Incineroar right away, or excuse me, the Mouse Hold right away, and later on the Incineroar. And Sebastian overall kind of just ignoring this Malamar, saying, yeah, you know, I've got Gholdengo in the back. I'm sure I can just like nasty plot, Shadow Ball, whatever. And well, actually, this Gholdengo doesn't even have.
Yeah, it's got Power Gem instead, so that's why you're seeing players be maybe a little bit more reticent to click Make It Rain, not as strong as it once was. Also, because you click Make It Rain, you are going to -2, and you have no Nasty Plot to get back up, to get your booster special attack up back to, really acceptable levels for Gholdengo. So having that Power Gem instead, which does help it hit Incineroar, but yeah, just too much for Gholdengo to climb. I'm really interested to see if Sebastian goes for the Basculegion. We saw the Choice Scarf Hydreigon was nice, but it got to go for a Dark Pulse into Mousehold and then just promptly got KO'd afterwards. So think Sebastian would probably be looking to get more value out of that particular slot, and I think Basque Legion would absolutely help against the superpowering Malamar and that pesky Life Orb Incineroar as well.
Heading into game 2 here, Jacob is going to keep the same lead, Malamar and Mousehold, and Sebastian's, okay, they did swap places, but still Hydreigon and Lopunny.
So now we're running it back. So we'll see if Sebastian has an approach to this that might be a little bit more less vulnerable to Mousehold, just simply population bombing something into the dirt. I think Hydreigon could go for a Draco Meteor, probably get the damage it needs to pick up one-hit KO on this Mousehold. So that's something Draco might have to worry about. And yeah, just having the faster Pokemon means that you can at least get some damage in if you're Sebastian before this Malamar does much damage.
Mousehold going to go for a Protect here. Doesn't want to eat any takeouts. Potentially a Trick Room coming out. Actually, just a double Protect here. Still plays around the Trick Room. Allows Jacob to know which move this Hydreigon is going to log into with the choice card. Looks like it is going to be the Draco Meteor. Interesting that was into the Mousehold.
Yep, just to fake out Draco Meteor saying, well, if you go for the same play you went for last time, Jacob, I'm just going to KO your Mousehold and then make sure your Malamar is not doing anything at all. So I like that play from Sebastian, but Jacob very easily calls that out. Pretty safe double protect, right? Burn fake out pressure, and now you know what Hydreigon's locked into. You know, okay, Mawile's like kind of a great switch into these two. Like the most damage you can take is a close combat from Lopunny, which is certainly going to do a fair chunk of damage, but obviously as a Steel Fairy type doesn't take any damage from the Draco Meteor. We know Hydreigon has to be going for or switching out. So this just gives Jacob a lot of options. Even to not have it switch in and all, just go for a follow me. You see all important damage. How much does this Draco Meteor actually do? How important is this follow me?
That Mousehold going to be sending it right back to its Pokeball as it faints here. That was not even close. Does allow this Mega Lopunny to launch a close combat into the Malamar. Interesting to note, it did not Mega Evolution. Definitely going for a Trick Room here. But honestly, this might be all right for Jacob. You know, that Hydreigon is at -2. It is locked into Draco Meteor. You can send in the Mawile. Malamar did not Mega Evolve, so I have a feeling the Mawile will.
Yeah, Mawile's probably going to be the Mega Evolution target this game. Got a decent amount of value in game 1, not Mega Evolving, but I think Mawile certainly gets a big upgrade in its damage output, and you know, it looks bad just from like the Pokemon count where, you know, Jacob lost a Pokemon, Malamar took a whole bunch of damage, and Jacob hasn't done any damage to Sebastian's Pokemon. However, the positioning is really nice where he now gets Mega Mawile potentially in Trick Room with 4 whole turns to use it, and there's like Sebastian's on the back foot on this turn, has to really be positioned. So we're seeing Basque Legion and Hydreigon and the Lopunny both switching out for Zarina and the Basque Legion. Really in crisis mode, just trying to play defensively, try to stall out this Trick Room, and not lose too many things to these Mega Mawile massive attacks.
Yeah, Jacob did have kind of a free play rough into the what is now Basque Legion and a superpower into the now Serena spot. We'll have to see if that's what that is what is going to happen here. Again, free turn. You know, that's 1 turn of Trick Room down, but you gave up 99% of Basque Legion's HP. And thanks to the contrary ability, the next superpower actually will pick up a knockout.
Yeah, if it's like the exact same amount of damage, it's 1.5 times stronger, so 40% goes to 60%. That's a double knockout. So it looks like Sebastian's going to be needing to play defensively a little bit more, but really hard to do that, right? The 2 things in the back, Hydreigon and Lopunny, are weak to Fighting and Fairy, which are the moves that Jacob's going to be really licking his chops to click on these 2 turns with. Another superpower seems pretty straightforward. Another play rough, barring the fact that it can miss, still pretty nice. Mawile also just has Rock Slide in case it wants to do some spread damage to hit this Basque Legion, which is going to be leading the field, knowing that. So the Lopunny takes that Rock Slide pretty comfortably, but Zarina actually takes a decent chunk from that Rock Slide. Non-same type attack goes good, but the superpower will be more than enough to pick up the Zarina here. And so Malamar becoming even more of a threat as the game continues. Each superpower, it gets harder and harder to remove. To say nothing of the Mawile. So yeah, Sebastian's really on the back foot here, trying to install out. There's 2 more turns of Trick Room, but looking harder and harder to stall these turns out. Rena actually didn't even have Protect. It had no way of really keeping itself safe from these attacks.
Yeah, and Malamar now at +2 defense. That Hydreigon is the only special attacker on Bastion's side. Both players actually locking the moves quickly. Hydreigon immediately leaving, going to swap out into the Bastion Illusion, trying to catch a superpower as Lopunny goes for a fake out into the Mawile.
Yeah,
if
I like
Bastion called this correctly, we will have only one turn of Trick Room remaining, and that is the superpower into the Ghost type Bastion Legion.
All right, nice. So, Sebastian does have is pretty low on defensive resources, right? Bastion Legion's Focus Sash, already broken. Hydreigon cannot protect. Serena could not protect. Lopunny can protect, thankfully. So they could just be a simple double protect on this final turn of Trick Room so that speed can finally go back into Sebastian's favor. But Jacob is not just going to let that happen willy-nilly. So he's saying, all right, well, you're going to double protect on this turn very easily. Let me intimidate your Bastion Legion. Let me get Fake Out on the following turn. And the nice part about Mawile, it's so strong that, and has the priority in Sucker Punch, where you don't necessarily need it to be in Trick Room all the time. It can certainly sort of go toe-to-toe with these Pokemon, just take a hit and then fire back to something really, really powerful like that. Play rough. Just going to thud into Lopunny's Protect as Twisted Dimensions do return to me.
Yeah, that Mawile has taken negligible damage, and Mawile by itself is pretty bulky. And like you mentioned, Trickman did its job, right? The Serena out of the field, that means you're free to go for Sucker Punches, especially into the Bastion Legion. Hydreigon is in a really tough spot now, and this Lopunny is as well. Very good positioning by Jacob, but then again, Sebastian does have his key pieces alive. He has the Lopunny, and he has the Hydreigon. If there are any two Pokemon that are going to be bring this back, it is going to be those two. But for now, has to contend with this potential fake out from the Incineroar. Again, this Incineroar is a Life Orb, so it could also just go for a Flare Blitz. I believe that will be enough to knock out the Lopunny.
Yeah, probably at this point, but Lopunny's not going to stick around to find out. Hydreigon is going to be much more able to take on the Incineroar's attack, but it will just be a fake out into that slot. That's a Life Orb fake out for you. That's 23%, pretty good damage for a Incineroar fake out. Bastion Legion will be going for a Last Respect, boosted once by the Fallen Zarina, so good damage into the Mawile after that Intimidate. But yeah, the fake out plus play rough combination into that Lopunny, pretty safe, given that Lopunny went with the attack on the turn prior. So just saying, well, you have to have a Fairy weakness in that slot, and if you're weak to Fairy, then play rough will be one-hit KOing you for Mega Mawile. However, Lopunny now gets the turn of Fake Out Pressure instead, now that is rejoined the field, and so now Jacob is probably going to be playing defensively a little bit more, and the nice part, Bastion Legion has now been is even stronger now with the Last Respect, thanks to the now Fallen Hydreigon, so it's 150 base power now.
Yeah, interesting mind game going on too with the Aqua Jet versus Sucker Punch. Bastion Legion could go for an Aqua Jet to deny Mawile the Sucker Punch, and of course Lopunny is threatening the Incineroar. So Jacob does have to be wary of that. Can't just click Sucker Punch really quite yet. But it is almost a pin, right? It's almost there where you can kind of force the Bastion Legion to click Aqua Jet, which means it's not getting Last Respect, which means it's not doing as much damage. We're actually going to see Jacob swap out the Incineroar here into the Malamar, likely just to give up a piece to get another Intimidate as Mega Mawile goes for a Protect. Instead, Sebastian is going to go for the close combat into what was the Incineroar, now the Malamar, now no longer the Malamar.
No longer the Malamar. Malamar has left the field. Did some pretty great work here, but Bastion Legion going for yet another Last Respect to pick up the KO on that Mawile. However, of course, with the Protect, keeps itself safe. And one thing we kind of neglected to mention is that Incineroar is very afraid of this Lopunny. Lopunny's close combat, an easy delete button for this Incineroar, so not too surprised to see it run scared once its Fake Out Pressure is not on the field in order to keep Lopunny under check from that. So now's the interesting spot where Sebastian can just pretty freely double protect in the Fake Out to try to get through this Fake Out Pressure from the Incineroar, and then things become really awkward where it's like, okay, Lopunny just needs kind of two close combats to pick up these two knockouts, and Mawile needs two attacks to pick up the two KOs onto Sebastian's Pokemon, so it might just be seeing the double protect here. Yeah, there are very, very few reasons for Sebastian not to just go for this. Fake Out Pressure is the one advantage that Jacob had, but looks like he's not going for that. Instead of going for the Flare Blitz and the Sucker Punch, but double protect also catches that out. So now, as you mentioned before, that Aqua Jet Sucker Punch mind games certainly in play here. So see how these players want to navigate this. Always an awkward position where you're like, Basculine just is 1%. I just need to do any point of damage, but the Sucker Punch is not a reliable priority move in case Basculine goes for Aqua Jet, won't do anything at all. So
yeah, that Lopunny is also now at -1, which means any decent attack from either of Jacob's Pokemon should be enough to KO the Lopunny. But instead, we're going to see a close combat into the Incineroar, and I think that was just the wrong call made, and Sebastian is now looking real pretty here.
Yeah, I think at this point it's kind of a lock where Incineroar just gets coughed up for free. Mawile went for a Protect to keep itself around, but it's now fighting the 2v1, and its only spread move is Rock Slide, which is doing pretty great damage, but the Lopunny, as a fighting type, can resist those Rock type attacks pretty well, and so that means Lopunny has to click either Sucker Punch to KO Basculegion or the Play Rough to KO the Lopunny, but it can't do both at the same time. So just saying, all right, well, how much does Sucker Punch actually do? Let me find that out, get that information. Does pretty great damage at -1 into this Lopunny, but the close combat, since both Pokemon threatened Mawile with a KO, there's kind of a pin there where there's nothing really Mawile could do. You can only get one attack off, needed to get two to win the game, and so that is Sebastian tying up the series. We're now heading into a Game 3 already. Round 1, we got a Game 3. Looking forward to this one. This is still a weird matchup. I really like how Sebastian played with the resources he had. Right, this is a relatively aggressive team for the most part, but he was able to very effectively get just enough defensive value out of these pieces to stall out that Trick Room, make sure he didn't lose too much in the process, made Jacob pay for setting up that Trick Room, lost Mouse Hold, and did a lot of damage onto Malamar, pretty impactful. And then Basculegion, like I said, I kind of wanted to see Basculegion, turned out to be very, very important. That Focus Dash was crucial for making sure Jacob didn't just get knockout after knockout in Trick Room.
Yeah, also a really interesting play that Sebastian never went for the Aqua Jet, despite the Sucker Punch being right there. And it ended up working out because Jacob completely respected the Aqua Jet play. Didn't go for a single Sucker Punch 3 turns in a row. Sucker Punch could have just gone into the Basculegion, and that would have been game.
Yeah, no.
But both of these players, or excuse me, Jacob respecting the Aqua Jet potential, and Sebastian saying, you know what, screw it. I'm just going to click last respects and get KO.
Yeah, I'm just going to click the move that does more damage, right? Because, you know, if you click Aqua Jet and they click Sucker Punch, like, all right, well, I do some damage, but, like, at that point, I think Sebastian was okay saying, well, I don't need Basculegion to do all the work. Like, I've almost gotten to a spot where Lopunny itself can win the game. So, yeah, I really like the approach that Sebastian had. We'll see if he switches things up. If Arena comes back again. It seems nice to taunt, but doesn't do a whole lot else. But the taunt will be pretty nice against these two more supportive Pokemon. We have Whimsicott hitting the field for Jacob, saying, well, I actually do have a faster mode. Also has a mode that can help support this Malamar even more directly with both Charm and Fake Tears to boost the damage and the special defense of this Malamar.
Yeah, Whimsicott not able to use Charm or Fake Tears against any of Sebastian's Pokemon thanks to that Cooling Majesty, but the side Malamar, definitely a valid target. To click Fake Tears to allow it to survive a Dragon Meteor or 2 Dark Pulses from a Hydreigon, or it could just go for a Charm to just straight up KO one of these two Pokemon.
Yeah, or we could just very easily see a Protect and then Moonblast into the Hydreigon, but Mawile did a lot of work in Game 2, but will not be Mega Evolving in this game, as we just see Malamar now in Tailwind thanks to Whimsicott's cheeky prankster. Hydreigon's still faster, goes for a big flamethrower, but Whimsicott does not even get brought down to its Focus Sash, just brought into the red. Malamar's superpower is the next to go, and into Hydreigon, but Malamar needs a couple turns to get going, gets that first defense and attack boost under its belt thanks to that superpower. Does a lot to Hydreigon, not enough, but the Trop Pick is enough to pick up Whimsicott, so no Charms, no Fake Tears for the Whimsicott. The Tailwind is all Jacob's going to get out of it this game.
Classic Tailwind, or classic Whimsicott thing. Excessive Tailwind dies, and then allows a free switch in.
Which is, you know, not the worst thing, right? Jacob's like, all right, fine, but like I got Tailwind, I'm now faster than things. Now he might be looking to get something faster than the Hydreigon in this Tailwind with, I don't know if Sinister's quite the Pokemon to do it. The Choice Scarf Hydreigon's pretty fast, and the Rage Powder is not going to be super useful into the Zarina, and, well, yeah, it's still kind of an awkward spot. We also know Hydreigon's locked into Flamethrower, so it's going to be clicking that move into, like, cool, I'll Flamethrower another Grass type if you exist. If I really must, I will do it. There is the Life Dew as well, so no actual Trick Room on this Sinistcha. Really weird collection of speed tiers, and speed control options on Jacob's team, but Sebastian will not be keeping this Hydreigon in, knows it doesn't need to do anything else, so Ghost types takes that superpower really nicely, but the Matcha Gotcha follow-up is certainly going to hurt. Basculegion drops too low.
Yeah, really weird things going on here. Oh, that was a critical hit. Okay, I was going to say that did a little more damage. But that is a taunt going out. As you mentioned, the Sinistcha does not have Trick Room. Instead, it has Rage Powder, Matcha Gotcha, Protect, and Life Dew. And I think that one's going to be the more important thing to shut down. You basically lock the Sinistcha into the Matcha Gotcha, and sure, that threatens to KO onto the Basculegion, but it barely did any damage to this Serena. And Malamar can't KO this Serena quite yet, which means Basculegion should get a free Aqua Jet off onto one of these Pokemon, but I don't really know if that's enough. There's only 2 turns left on this Tailwind. We don't know what Sebastian's last Pokemon is, but given the lack of Mega Evolution thus far, it probably is going to be that Lopunny if I had to guess.
Yeah, most likely. I mean, it could be Aerodactyl, which is a little harder to go for, given how good Lopunny has been so far in this game. Jacob's complete switch up in strategy is very telling here, whereas you do have the Helping Hand coming out from the Zarina can actually help this Ghost type. But Malamar is next to go with a superpower at +2. Zarina still takes that pretty well. Malamar again, slow to get going, but to follow up Matcha Gotcha, does this just KO the Basculegion? It does. Zarina is around with 8%, but another attack is sure to be able to pick that up. So Basculegion doesn't get to go do anything in this game. Got the Helping Hand, and then didn't get the chance to do anything with that. Sebastian may be hoping for a Matcha Gotcha miss, or the Sinistcha maybe switch out to regain the ability to use moves that aren't just Matcha Gotcha, but that's the thing. That's the bad thing, right? You taunt Sinistcha, and Sinistra's like, all right, fine, I'll just keep going for Matcha Gotcha if you insist.
Yeah, probably expecting Basculegion to outspeed, if Sinistcha was min speed, that probably would have outsped. But again, Jacob's team has some very tricky speed tiers. Malamar, base Malamar is very slow, but Mega Malamar just has a okay-ish speed tier.
Yeah, a little bit faster. So it's Jacob can really play around with these speed tiers in really interesting ways. And we're seeing Sebastian trying to handle that, but not knowing exactly how fast these Pokemon are in Tailwind is kind of hard to deal with. At this point, we can see, there's Tailwind up for one more turn, and this Malamar is at +2/+2 with those 2 superpowers, and so also it's undamaged, I think, at this point. So Malamar is looking mighty threatening, and Hydreigon, again, the only special attacker that can hit Malamar through those defensive boosts. Lopunny can Mega Evolve and go for Fake Out to stop the Malamar for at least one turn, and Zarina will be safe in the back now that Hydreigon hits instead. So that's a critical hit Fake Out into Malamar. Those defense boosts don't matter at that point. And Sinistra's content to fire off more Matcha Gotchas to, again, not picking up a KO, but bring these Pokemon lower and lower, and always threatening that all-important burn, which would be absolutely devastating onto this Lopunny.
Yeah. I'm going to check real quick how many turns. Yeah, one more turn of taunt, and this is the crucial turn, right? Both Lopunny and Hydreigon, but mostly Hydreigon, are threatening a KO onto this Malamar. And of course, that Malamar could just go for Protect, but if Sebastian calls it, could just double into the Sinistcha. That Dark Pulse onto Sinistcha definitely will hurt. And the follow-up close combat from Lopunny, or excuse me, the triple Axel.
Yeah, triple, or it could go for close combat as well, right? Scrappy, it'll be able to hit that Ghost type regardless. So Jacob might be looking to switch out the Sinistcha, but what do you switch in, right? If it's Incineroar, that doesn't like taking a close combat. If it is the Mousehold, that also doesn't like doing it. And if it's the Mawile, that could maybe take it, but still going to take quite a bit. But Instead, just
Ooh.
going to be the Draco Meteor hitting into the Malamar's Protect. So Sinister safe a little bit as the triple
Oh,
axle
no.
also goes into the Malamar. So Sinister, the entire says gets taunted and says, "Fine, I'll just keep clicking Matcha Gotcha." Gets not punished at all. The Matcha Gotcha picking up the KO onto Hydreigon. That was the cleanest way through the Sinister. Thankfully, no burn on Low Punny, so there's still a fighting chance, I think, for Sebastian to break through with some helping hand triple axles and some helping hand close combats. But yeah, there's no more room for error if you're Sebastian. You got to get everything right now. Where that failed double up into Malamar is absolutely disastrous.
Yeah, extremely devastating because now Sinister no longer has taunt, can just go for Rage Powder, can redirect those close combat. But honestly, even without that, I don't know if at +2 Malamar would aim to a close combat. And again, Serena has low kick,
Yeah, the low kicks,
which doesn't deal much damage to Malamar, especially at +2, and
Yeah.
drop kick, which would deal okay damage, but then you're raising Malamar's
it's
attack.
like you really want. I think the best option, like the most damage Sebastian can go for, is the helping hand plus a close combat into the Malamar. But Sinister can also just click Rage Powder. It's not taunted anymore. Can finally click another move to keep the all-important Malamar safe. So here's this helping hand close combat. Does this even KO the Sinister? Not quite. Sinister so defensively built, can stomach that attack. And here's the third superpower, the third KO. Serena going down here, and at this point, without the helping hand support and that +3, I think Jacob, with his Mega Malamar, is running away with this game, and Lopunny is going to have a lot of work cut out for it, but can only attack one Pokemon at a time, so I think it might just be a matter of formalities where Jacob won't even have to show necessarily his final Pokemon is Sinister. Again, why risk getting critical hit by your by close combat into Malamar? So just Rage Powder away, close combat goes there, and Superpower clean up the game. So I like the Rage Powder just to make it, absolutely certain Superpower gets the KO. Because otherwise, like if you said, "Oh, I'll just double attack," right? Malamar could get crit and get KO'd, and then Sinister could miss the Matcha Gotcha, and then suddenly it's a game again. So Jacob realizing, all right, let me just safe Rage Powder, lock up this game, and take the game against Sebastian 2-1 in this wild way to start the day.
Yeah, definitely not the round one I was expecting. Really well played by both of these players. There was some back and forth in strategy. Game one, Sebastian, I don't want to say did not respect Malamar, but I think didn't prioritize
Got caught off guard by Malamar, I think is fair to say, right? Played around the superpowers pretty well, but just couldn't quite get enough value out of his Pokemon. Really was able to prevent Trick Room, but Jacob, wasn't completely relying on Trick Room, right? Malamar and Mawile are both, bulky enough Pokemon where you don't need them to be in Trick Room all the time, and so was able to get value out of them regardless. Saying, all right, well, if you stop Trick Room, now you have to stop the Pokemon as well. Like that can be harder to go for too. So, yeah, I liked Sebastian, and then I think game two, Sebastian made a really great adjustment. Was able to sort of punish Jacob for getting Trick Room up, which is kind of exactly how you want to play around Trick Room if you have a more offensive team like Sebastian's, is make the Trick Room setup very costly for Jacob. You lost a Pokemon and a lot of health on another one, and then use the defensive resources you do have, switch, protect, try to not lose as many resources as possible, and then position yourself so that when that last turn of Trick Room is up, get everything on the right spot, so once Trick Room is over, you can suddenly start picking up where you left off before Trick Room set up, and you're on the front foot, can do more damage and pick up those KOs to clean up the game. So yeah, I really liked, and then Jacob just completely abandoning that and saying, well, how about Tailwind? Can you deal with that one?
And yeah, that is the strength, I think, of these Mega Malamar teams. We have seen normal Malamar teams in the past. Alvin, who is not here, I'm afraid, kind of known in the community for piloting. He's the Malamar guy. Well, we have a couple Malamar guys, but he's the Malamar guy.
The one. He's
Mega Malamar, I think, is one of the more underrated Megas. People looked at it and said, okay, well, it does get a new ability.
Like, why wouldn't I just use Staraptor?
Yeah, it gets more special attack. It gets more speed. Like, it feels like there's a lot of stat points that are not in good use. But those speed really does matter because it allows you to use these Tail Room teams.
Yeah, I think also the special bulk is really good, right? That's one of the kind of the Achilles heel of regular Malamar, is that you can keep clicking Superpower and you get really physically bulky because it boosts your defense every time, but your special defense is kind of left high and dry. But Mega Malamar, It's really high. It takes those special hits really well, just kind of naturally, and so kind of patches up one of the weaknesses of regular Malamar pretty nicely. And so, yeah, I think it's a little underrated, definitely.
And I especially like it's paired with Whimsicott. We didn't really see it in action in this set. I just kind of clicked Tailwind and then went bye-bye. But, you know, it does have fake gears to further boost that special defense. Definitely not going to go down to any special attack. And also the Charm. We usually see the Charm contrary cheese with Staraptor.
Yeah.
But it can definitely start to snowball a lot faster with Malamar as well. Even though Malamar is not a fighting-type Pokemon, doesn't have the offensive power that Staraptor does, the weakness of Mega Staraptor is that it is not very tanky at all.
No,
and that's the exact opposite with Malamar. You can go ahead, click Team Superpower. You'll get those KOs eventually, but in the meantime, you can tank those first 2 turns, and that's often all you need with Malamar.
Yeah, and like the superpower versus close combat's pretty different as well, how they play, right? With close combat, contrary, you're getting only bulkier, which is nice, but like you're not getting stronger necessarily. Whereas Malamar is like snowballing in bulk and offense, which means it can keep itself around and make itself more threatening as the game goes on. So it is like the tempo of it plays a little bit differently, also because Malamar is not clicking Roost at any point. It's not healing itself, right? It is the main damage dealer. And also the coverage is really good, right? Fighting and Dark, pretty good coverage into everything but fairies. But Malamar's pretty bad into fairies anyway, and you really want to bring a lot of fairies when Jacob very astutely has a Mega Mawile to help deal with those fairy types.
And I really like Jacob's on game 1, where he brought both the Malamar and the Mawile, saying, you know, you usually don't want to bring both Megas because you can only Mega one of them. But saying, you know what, Malamar is good enough where it can be very impactful on the board with Trick Room, and also just normal superpower setup without the Mega. And Mawile also is, you know, has that Fairy Steel typing, very bulky, Sucker Punch. Doesn't deal a lot of damage, but deals the damage that it needs to, picking up those 2-hit KOs onto the Basket Legion.
Yeah, and also good threat into the Goldengo and the Basket Legion. So I think, it looks like we're done with
All right, we are about to start round 2 very shortly. We'll cut to a very quick break, and then we will be right back.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the briefest of breaks. Now we are back for round 2. Round 1 went so quickly, which is usually not what happens, which is awesome. Yeah, we're getting pretty good at this. So we've got another wonderful matchup with more Pokemon we probably didn't expect. We'll see how long we can go without seeing Charizard, Garchomp, and Floette. So yeah, we've got Mega Blaziken, Mega Venusaur, Ninetales,
Mega Scizor, and Mega Tyranitar.
and
all 4 of these.
Volcarona. Let's go. Okay, we got Scarf Basculegion on both sides, so we're fish days, but you know, I'll take it, all things considered. So we still got some pretty fun, interesting stuff to take a look at. Volcarona is a Pokemon I feel like I haven't seen a lot of in this format. It kind of feels like the Charizard that loses to Charizard, but if you don't play Charizard, pretty great. But this Lycanroc is still probably like, cool. I can still Excel Rock that thing.
Yeah, and we have 2 players here. I believe they are new to this scene. Harmon, we have seen in some of these kind of off-season, outside of the official competitive circuit competitions. And I must admit, I don't know anything.
Yeah, newer player, but doing pretty well so far with a really cool team. I really like the look of it, where the Scizor plus Tyranitar mode or sort of combination looks really tricky for a lot of teams to deal with, Harmon's team included. So we'll see how she can deal with the Mega Blaziken, which is like a pretty potent offensive option from Harmon. So starting off is just going to be the supportive Volcarona, the Citrus and Rage Powder next to this Como-O, which does have the leftovers and of course the Clangorous Soul. So I really like the selection from Anne, where Como-O looks really, really well positioned. Give it a couple turns to get up those Clangorous Souls. This Blaziken's going to have a really hard time breaking through. It does have Flare Blitz, Post Combat, and Stone Edge as the move to, of course, hit Charizard, which it otherwise would not be able to. Though the Stone Edge, of course, also very threatening to this Volcarona. So Volcarona might not be around for all that long in face of this very threatening Rock-type damage, but might be just buying time for this Como to be the real star.
Yeah, this Volcarona does have Struggle Bug. I think that's usually a very, very nice move to have, but not against Harmon's team in particular. This Blaziken and Lycanroc, don't mind taking that out at all.
Struggle Bug the Venusaur, that's pretty nice, but Lycanroc actually just going to be protected on this turn. Pretty nice. That's okay, and Harmon also going to be detecting with the Blaziken. Reasonable enough play as Blaziken will be able to get up a speed boost for its trouble, as just to be protect from Volcarona as well as the Aura Sphere is the move going straight into Blaziken. So protect all around, and Como is the only one who did not get the memo. Tried to attack on this turn where everyone agreed to not do that. Just a failed Aura Sphere, but that could have been a Clangorous Soul, and that would have been really, really nice if Anne was able to weave that in, but not quite on this turn. Felt a little bit pressured by Harmon's offensive Pokemon this turn, so didn't go for that. Decided to start trading damage. But now, I think probably not going to be expecting money protect on this next turn, given how everyone already did that.
Yeah, I like the Aura Sphere play on, or with Como. You know, Clangorous Soul is nice. You know, Anne's team is obviously built kind of around that, but you don't need the Clangorous Soul to Aura Sphere this Lycanroc holding close anyway. It's a 2-8 KO on the Blaziken anyway, so why play Clangorous Souls and give half your health? You can just, or a quarter of your health, you can just go for the KOs anyway. But Harmon here swapping out the Blaziken into that Basculegion, and Anne swapping into a Basculegion of her own Rock Slide, not to flinch the Lycanroc or the Como, instead going for a Clangering Scales here.
Clangering Scales does pretty nice damage as well. The one other side effect that I think Anne has to be really cognizant of is that every time you do click Clangering Scales, you do lower your defense by 1 stage, and Harmon's team is pretty physically based, right? There's Blaziken, there's Lycanroc, there's Basculegion, there's potentially that King Gambit also laid into the back. So lowering your defense can be taken advantage of if he is not careful. So I like the Aura Sphere turn 1 being a little bit reticent of that, kind of prompting Harmon saying, well, if you want to switch in your Ghost type into this fighting move, does do that, but both Basculegion come in and have their Focus Dashes immediately broken. Or sorry, not Focus Dash, these are both First Scarf. But then it will get shipped down into range where even a non-boosted Last Respect is potentially threatened. Lycanroc also threatened by a Water type attack with Basculegion Aqua Jet and a Thud into that.
Yeah, one thing about the new format is that both of these players can pretty easily intuit which is the faster Basculegion. Harmon, we know, has the Jolly Basculegion, while Anne has the Adamant Basculegion. So while they don't know how they're trained, it's a pretty safe assumption for both players that Harmon's Basculegion is faster, So Harmon's Basque Legion is threatening the last effect of Anne's Basque Legion. That's probably why we saw Anne go for a Aqua Jet into the Lycan Rock, probably expecting Basque Legion to go down regardless. But instead, Como goes for a Clangorous Soul, excuse me.
Yeah, I like that there, where, usually it's very tempting to just say, well, I lead Como, I want to get my boosts, and then attack. But I think Anne sort of responding to the situation as it comes a little bit better, saying, well, I want to do damage now, and no, now I'm in a position where I can actually get up this Clangorous Soul. So takes the opportunity, and Como is healing back slowly, gets his defense back to the natural level after going for that Clanging Scales prior. So Como is still in a fine enough spot, but the Basque Legion can also be checking this Lycan Rock, so it's not going to do too much damage. But here's another thing I can check Lycan Rock, that's Scizor. Feels like an awkward thing to switch into a Blaziken, but originally Flare Blitzing a Basque Legion seems a little bit strange here, as the Blaziken will be going for its own Mega Evolution this time. Still speed boost, just stronger and faster, and a little bit.
Yeah, that speed increase is not going to matter so much this turn, but it will next turn, because after the speed boost, this Mega Blaziken will be able to outspeed the Como, and now thanks to that, minus defense drops is enough to pick up the knockout onto the Como.
Yeah, that's Como does go down, but that's a pretty great trade. That's a lot of damage. It KOs the Basque Legion, which is a big threat. There's a big stopgap from Scizor, which otherwise Scizor can do quite a lot of damage. And yeah, also Blaziken, in order to get that KO, uses close combat, lowers its defense, where now it's potentially in range of a Bullet Punch KO from the Scizor at -1 defense. And so usually you think, well, Blaziken can always beat Scizor, but at this much with this much crit damage, also not quite obvious. Also, the Basque Legion can KO with a potential Aqua Jet or Flipping. So everything is physical except for that Como, which has gone down. Still the Volcano back. So yeah, I really like Anne's positioning here, where she's got pretty good priority moves to help deal with this Blaziken, but King Gambit is a little bit of a threat, and with this Life Orb, it's going to be doing quite a lot of damage. And the Fighting type, very crucially, was just KO.
Yeah, Harmon's got to make a choice here. Does he want to go for a Sucker Punch onto the Basque Legion? Because he does that, and Basque Legion goes for Aqua Jet. That's a wasted turn. Or you could just go for an attack here. Instead, we are going to see that Aqua Jet going to go into the Blaziken. That's, of course, a KO. Doesn't matter how high Blaziken's speed stat is, it is not going to outspeed by our Aqua Jet. And we actually see Harmon did not go for the Sucker Punch, so something is about to take a big Cow Cleave and or Iron Head. And it looks like it is going to be into that Scizor. Does deal more than half his health thanks to the Life Orb. But in the meantime, this Scizor is now at +2, does threaten big damage with both the Bullet Punch and the Bug Bite. Bullet Punch, of course, going to be able to KO the Lycan Rock. But honestly, it might just be a double priority. Go for Aqua Jet, the Lycan Rock.
It could be a quadruple priority. I could see every priority move getting clicked this turn, honestly. That wouldn't be the craziest thing. Also, potential protection from a number of these Pokemon. But I think at this point, the game is kind of simplified if you're Anne, where you just kind of want to get to a spot where you can click Overheat with your Volcarona that's still lurking in the back, KO that King Gambit, and the only way that you can have that stop is if Lycan Rock is still on the field. So, alright, well, Anne just needs to get rid of Lycan Rock, but between Flip Burn and +2 Bullet Punch, that should be easy enough to accomplish, despite what King Gambit might try to do. Harmon, recognizing how important Lycan Rock is in this situation, he's going to safe with a Protect. Scizor also important, he's going to be going for a Protect. Does King Gambit also Protect? No, just goes for an attack, the Aqua Jet into the Lycan Rock as the Cow Cleave goes to Protect. So both players saying, well, I know what's important to keep safe. They keep it safe, and their opponent also confirms that, saying, I did actually want to get that thing KO'd. We went to the respective attack. But now, Protects are burned. Now the rubber hits the road, where we can see where this damage goes now, because there's no defensive maneuvers anymore.
Yeah, and it might seem like, that was a bit of a nothing turn, but it actually was really, really good for Anne, because you got to remember, Anne still has that multi-run in the back. And now that Lycan Rock is down, it doesn't matter how threatening this King Gambit is. It's not surviving an open.
Yeah, certainly not anymore. The Kowtow Cleave will be able to pick up Basque Legion, but I think Basque Legion has certainly done its job here. It was able to trade down effectively for knockouts where, yeah, even the life orb.
Oh,
Volcarona not even needed. Volcarona not even
I
necessary.
completely forgot about life orb.
Yeah, the life orb crit damage will be enough to pick up the KO. Scizor able to best the King Gambit. So, yeah, I really like how Anne played that. I really like the approach kind of both players made, where I think Harmon maybe tried to like switch around a little bit too much and could have put his foot on the gas a little bit earlier. But I like the sort of idea of, okay, I will simply target down the Como, and then King Gambit will have a much easier time, which is certainly true on paper. But I think Anne was able to weave in that Swords Dance at the right time, and then suddenly, well, +2 Bug Bite is still doing quite a lot to that King Gambit. And of course, always had that sort of safety valve of Volcarona in the back as that overheat. That's a clean KO onto King Gambit. Thankfully, the way that things shook out, she didn't even have to risk missing that overheat and losing the game because of it. Yeah, I think I really liked, yeah, Anne's approach there, where Tyranitar feels a little harder to bring into this game. So I like the prioritization of the 4 Pokemon that she did draw. Whimsicott also feels a little bit less valuable here. So yeah, I think the 4 Pokemon that Anne brought were certainly the best ones and proved pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. And I also think the 4 Harmon brought are also correct.
Yeah,
There's just a lot of turns where it really could have gone either way, could really shift the advantage. Of course, there's a turn 1 of last game where everyone just skipped the deck.
Yeah.
That definitely could have been a Clangorous Soul. Also could have just been a straight up attack into the Komodo. That definitely would have changed the way this game played out. Whereas, of course, turns where Komodo clicked Clangorous Scales, tanking Scales instead of Clangorous Soul, and vice versa. Definitely a lot of leeway, a lot of potential for both of these players to try and catch the other off guard.
Yeah, I think there's maybe room for Harmon to bring in the Ninetales instead of some of the other Pokemon he had in the back, as that is a really good answer into the Como-O. But of course, pretty poor into Volcarona, very bad into Scizor, so certainly reasonable that he didn't feel like that was the most compelling option
We're
immediately.
actually see both players completely swap out.
Yeah, both players are like, wait, Basculegion, I wanted that thing on turn 1, let me just lead it, and then here's the weather immediately. So, yeah, Ninetales immediately not loving its position on the field, as its snow has been rudely ripped away from it thanks to this Tyranitar hitting the field. But Tyranitar itself also not super loving the spot in the face of this Choice Scarf Basculegion. These Wave Crashes do a lot of damage. And now it's a matter of, like, what does Anne have to deal with a potential Ice move plus a Wave Crash into that Tyranitar? And the answer is her own Basculegion, which is already on the field. So there might be a lot of damage going into this Tyranitar slot. Thankfully, it does actually have an attack.
Yeah, and again, it might seem like it's a really bad position for Harmon, but again, Harmon's Basculegion is faster than Anne's Basculegion. There's definitely a lot of plays to be made here. Could just be an attack into the opposing Basculegion, but we're actually going to see both players swap out their respective weather setters. And instead, that's going to be a flip turn.
So much damage. The Citrus Berry will heal up this Volcarona, but that's still a massive amount to take from a flip turn, and Flame Body is not going to get procced this time, so Basculegion gets out without getting burned, thankfully. So the Ninetales can come back onto the field and immediately get the weather advantage with that snow.
Oh, no,
but Basculegion can also flip turn, so the Ninetales might just have its weather taken away right away with the Tyranitar, which, yeah, in the face of these two Pokemon, looks like a pretty nice option to bring in here, because Lycanroc has close combat, but Volcarona has Rage Powder to keep that Tyranitar safe. And Ninetales is like, man, I just tried to get out of this spot. What happened?
Yeah.
Every time they take me out, they pull me back in.
Yeah, talk about a turn where the advantage goes back and forth. Holy. But interesting to note that Volcarona does have Rage Powder as an option now. Of course, otherwise would be in a really bad spot. But really, nothing really stopping Anne from going for Rage Powder Rock Slide. That would deal a lot of work in this turn. So both players will have to kind of respect that here. But Harmon going to continue the revolving door with Pokemon. Ninetales swapping out into the Blaziken as Anne dedicates the Mega Evolution to Tyranitar, potentially indicating there is no Scizor in the back.
Potentially, Scizor is still like a pretty good Pokemon to have, even outside of the Mega Evolution. Here's the Rage Powder, knowing, well, if close combat goes into Tyranitar, everything is terrible. So does actually correctly get that. So Rock Slide was not chosen. Instead, will be the close combat. Goes into Volcarona, which takes that very comfortably. There's the Flame Body burn, so Lycanroc is now doing significantly less damage than it would have been prior. Takes this Rock Slide not very well at all, and so in 2 more turns, this burn alone will pick up this Sash Lycanroc. And Blaziken is a fighting type, which normally resists rock moves, but as a fire type, it's only neutral, so that Rock Slide double connect is a lot of damage.
Yeah, many things went wrong for Harman there. The close combat made the defenses drop. That made Rock Slide deal a lot of damage. The Flame Body certainly did not matter. I don't think it's too impactful, save for the... unless Ann just doesn't go for a Rage Powder here, but I assume
it could just be a double protect and say, well, Lycanroc's going to get KO'd to the burn at the end of this turn. Right? So that sort of chip damage is pretty nice, even if the attack drop is not going to be that impactful. But also recognizing, well, Volcarona doesn't really need to be here anymore, right? There's no threat of a fighting type move into Tyranitar, especially if I just switch it out into my Ghost type. Basculegion also can switch into pretty comfortably. So yeah, I really like this double switch from Ann saying, well, I'm going to get a KO at the end of the turn anyway if Lycanroc stays in, so might as well switch to a better positioning moving forward. Lycanroc does go for a last-ditch Rock Slide, which burn does pretty minimal damage to both Pokemon and can't blink since they've already switched in. Blaziken's close combat also going to whiff into that Basculegion, so yeah, I like the Basculegion switch in there in order to keep Tyranitar safe from the 2 close combating Pokemon on Harman's side.
Yeah, I really like this double switch. Double switch usually a huge momentum loss, but in the case of Ann, a pretty big momentum gain, especially swapping out the Volcarona into the Komo. Komo able to resist any fire type attack from the Blaziken that would come out, and also any rock type attacks that would come out from the Lycanroc. Harman gonna swap in the Basculegion. Again, Harman's Basculegion is faster than Ann. That is worth noting.
And it's going to be stronger because with the Fallen Lycanroc, this Basculegion has 100 base power last respect. And check my math, but 100 is a lot more than 50.
Yes.
So that's definitely going to be way more threatening for Harman's Basculegion into Ann's. So Ann might be having to be playing a little bit more defensively on this thing. And now Harman's actually in a really strong offensive position, right? Last respect plus close combat and Flare Blitz is very, very threatening, and that's the one thing that can deal with Blaziken pretty well, just immediately felled by this Basculegion close with that last perspective. But with that protect from Blaziken, this gives the window of opportunity for Komo-O to set up a Clangorous Soul, boosting all of its stats by 1 fade. And the Sand just puts away a little bit more at Harman. Komo-O just have over.
Yeah, and thanks to Blaziken's speed boost, Blaziken will still be faster than the Komo-O, but that Komo-O now, I believe, is going to be faster than Harman's Basculegion, which we know is locked into last respect. So it could be a potentially free clanging scales, excuse me. I must admit, I don't know my clanging scales into Basculegion calc, but
it probably is going to do about like 60+%. Certainly enough to pick up the Blaziken, which is the big thing, right, where Basculegion has locked into a Ghost move, which means Tyranitar is very free to duke it out with this Basculegion for the foreseeable future. Blaziken, of course, is the big problem for that, and as you noted, with 2 speed boosts under its belt, Tyranitar still not super safe, as a close combat can very easily be going into that spot. Volcarona, a great Pokemon to take that attack a whole lot better. It's not going into Volcarona, it's going to Komo-O, but with the defense boost, able to stomach that attack. And it will be going next with this Clanging Scales. There's a lot of damage into Basculegion, bringing it down to yellow. And Blaziken promptly KO'd as the follow-up last respect will pick up Komo-O. But again, Komo-O goes down relatively early for Ann, but gets a lot of value out of it, right? Gets a ton of damage.
And now for the 3rd time this game, we're going to see whether it's go back and forth. Because that Mega Blaziken was faster than the Komo-O, that means Ninetales, which will swap in first, which means Ninetales Snow Warning will swap in first, which means Night and Storm Signs in second.
Ninetales has just had a rough go of it this game. Every time saying, it's snowing, isn't this great, guys? I love this. And then Tyranitar just showing up and saying, not today, sorry. Yeah, Tyranitar is in a really strong spot where, provided with this Volcarona's Rage Powder support, which Ninetales is going to have a really tough time breaking through. The Last Respect probably is going to get there at this point, and it will not have a chance to get a burn because Last Respect is not a contact move for some reason. The Blizzard does connect.
Blizzard. Hey, there's a Blizzard, there's a way.
There is a Blizzard, there is a way, so Tyranitar does not get frozen, so just a knockoff into Basculegion, picks up that KO, and is now kind of as we started this game, the dueling of these two weather Pokemon are going to be dueling again now. But Ninetales is kind of just a rock slide away from getting KO'd. But of course, as you mentioned, Blizzard can connect, and if Blizzard can
Harmon's
freeze,
identified his win condition.
there is a
It's
chance.
hit Blizzard, freeze, hope Tyranitar stays frozen for like 16 turns in a row. And
there's also the chance that maybe Encore, if you Encore and Knockoff, this would be fine, but Knockoff's still so strong that Blizzard, I think, is the better out here. As
But yeah, we're
does
just
not
gonna
does connect two Blizzards in the sand. That's great, but yeah, gets no freeze, so the Rock Slide will connect and takes this game 2-0 against Harmon in a really exciting game. I really liked how he was able to trade the Pokemon. I thought Tyranitar was maybe a little bit less obvious of a Pokemon to bring in this matchup, but kind of really smartly capitalized on for the fact that Harmon might want to bring Ninetales, and so got a lot of value out of that. Yeah, we saw King Gambit also was not brought in game 2, so the value of Tyranitar.
You know, we were talking about it earlier.
perfectly.
Ninetales on Harmon's side could have been in a good position. You know, threatens the Kamo, threatens the Whimsicott, threatens the Basque Legion, but just not able to be put in a good position to really take advantage of that.
No, every time it was like, all right, Ninetales is here and ready to where's the snow? What happened, right? And Ninetales, values itself on its speed and the ice coverage, right? Freeze Dry is being pretty effective into Basque Legion, but just never got into a spot to really fire off attacks freely, right? Tyranitar was always there to not really rain on Ninetales' prey, but you know what I mean, like to make this Ninetales
storm about. I don't know. I'm not quite sure.
to make its life less fun, sadly. So yeah, I really liked. I loved Anne's adjustment in game 2. I loved how she played game 1. Really great play, and I think this team is super cool. I've been like
I like
Volcarona
both of these teams, to be honest.
Yeah, I think both of these are really cool. Like I think Harmon's team feels like a kind of an evolution of the Frostblast, Lycanroc teams we saw in the Scovillain in Regulation MA, but they're switching the pieces around, right? We've got a different Snow Setter, we've got a different Grass type Mega, we have a different Fire type Mega. We've kind of moved things around a little bit to feature maybe some new Pokemon like Mega Blaziken, and certainly very strong, right? I think Harmon got into that one spot where his Scarf Basque Legion with boosted Last Respects next to Blaziken. I'm like, oh wow, this offensive positioning looks super threatening. But Anne was able to just barely get out of that spot and claim that game. So yeah, I think these are two really cool teams.
Yeah,
really
and I
happy
really
to
like,
see.
again, Anne, we didn't really see it, but Anne has one of these dual Mega teams where you could realistically just bring both and not Mega the other.
Yeah.
Tyranitar, known for being just a very stat check Pokemon, stat heavy Pokemon. And Scizor, even without the Mega Evolutions, Swords Dance Bullet Punch is still very, very nice.
Yeah, I really like the flexibility, right? Dual Mega sometimes feels like, I don't want to bring non-Mega Charizard. I don't want to bring non-Mega Floette. But like Tyranitar and Scizor, kind of very much their Mega Evolutions are just them with more stats, right? They don't change abilities. They don't really do anything that differently. They're just like slightly better versions. And so, maybe you don't need slightly stronger Scizor. Maybe just regular Scizor is fine in this particular spot. Or maybe regular Tyranitar is fine, right? They're both very competent Pokemon on their own. Right. My go-to example of a Pokemon that doesn't do that as well is Mawile, but Jacob in round 1 showed that you can bring non-Mega Mawile, and it can actually work sometimes. So maybe I think you don't need to be as concerned about having those Pokemon switched out if you don't bring the right Mega. As non-Mega Pokemon is still a Pokemon that can still provide a lot of value. But yeah, really cool team, I think, from both players as we are trying to get set up with another game that's still going. Or
yeah, we may or may not have gotten disconnected from our own room thanks to Pokemon Champion. But we are going to hop into a different game here. I believe.
To
be honest, I don't know who.
Let's find out together, shall we? Chandler took game 3 there in pretty commanding fashion. That looked right, like
Hey, from our perspective of just take 2 KOs, it looked pretty good.
Pretty good.
Decisive.
I mean, I can pretty simply imagine like what happened the turn before. Well, Garchomp is at 80% and has Life Orb. Well, it used 2 attacks. Charizard got KO'd, and Chandler never showed any Pokemon in the back. It's like, well, clearly Rock Slide had to have happened to KO this. Probably happened to KO this Charizard.
That's the dream game plan, you know. Rock Slide into Charizard, gone.
Moonblast Dragon Claw into Pelipper, gone. Does our Chaladon click the right move at any point? No, it doesn't. It clicks Electro Shot expecting a switch. It clicks Dragon Move expecting not expecting a switch, and gets everything wrong. But I think with that we should be getting to our game. Should be wrapping up pretty shortly. So I think
yes, we are gonna quickly go to a short break, and we will be back with round 3. I don't think we mentioned it. I believe there are 4 rounds.
5 rounds.
5 rounds of Swiss
today.
So
yeah,
we'll be back
rounds.
with round 3 of 5. So stay tuned.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to round 3 out of our 5 rounds of Swiss for our NorCal mid-year celebration in Sunnyvale, California at the CardArt card shop. My name's Zach.
I'm Kurt.
Yeah, I'm by Kurt, and we've got not as exciting of teams. we have to eat our vegetables now. We have to see the meta teams. No more Mega Malamar. No more.
Yeah, well, we say meta teams. There's definitely some more interesting adjustments here. Matthias obviously has the Mega Floette, but also has the Mega Delphox. Mega Delphox, a Pokemon that was available in the previous regulation, didn't really start picking up steam until the current regulation. And likewise, Justin does have the Mega Charizard Y, but combines it with the Farigiraf.
Yep. So we've got sort of Aerodactyl Charizard team from Justin, and the more set up Delphox, set up the Mega Pokemon team from Matthias, where the main idea is, well, you've got Sinistcha, Incineroar, and Sneasler, and you try to set up 1 to 2 of Floette, Delphox, or the King Gambit. All of them have boosting moves in Calm Mind, Nasty Plot, and Swords Dance, respectively. And Justin's team is very much a Tail Room team, right? You've got Tailwind on the Aerodactyl alongside the Trick Room on the Farigiraf, and you've got sort of a mid-speed King Gambit and Charizard and Sylveon to sort of work in either speed condition, so you can move first and deal the damage you need to with these powerful offensive Pokemon like Garchomp, Charizard, and Sylveon just doing so much damage. Interesting, we've seen Justin lead with both of the options immediately, saying, am I going to Trick Room and am I going to Tailwind? You have no idea. Armor Tail also useful for blocking Sneasler's pesky fake outs, which are very important for this team to keep the Pokemon like Delphox and the other setup threats, giving them that free turn with that fake out.
Yeah, looking at Matthias' team, I believe this is the team he used to win the Game Ball Lumina Tour event just last week, or 2 weeks ago. Or no, that was last week. And the interesting thing about his Sneasler is that it is not the Unburdened variant. It's actually the Poison Touch, and it is carrying the Focus Sash item. We're going to see Justin go ahead and Mega Evolve this Aerodactyl as Matthias goes for a Protect. No need to Mega it quite yet. And swaps out the Sneasler into the Incineroar. Rock Slide going to go out into the Protect. Deals some okay-ish damage to this Incineroar thanks to the Intimidate.
Yeah, pretty good damage, all things considered. You're never going to mind about getting some nice chip on Incineroar on the switch. The Twin Beam will be failing into that Incineroar, as it is a Dark type. Of course, would have been a great option to immediately remove Sneasler through that Focus Sash. So Justin sort of just says, all right, well, I've got a solid lead position. Let me just do some damage, kind of force you to respect these options. As interestingly, we see the King Gambit coming in to replace the Farigiraf. So Fake Out is a potential option, but feels very, very risky for Matthias to do that when Farigiraf was just on the field. So if if Matthias went to go for a parting shot into that Farigiraf slot, that would be very disastrous indeed, as the Rock Slide chips yet more onto both of these Pokemon. Incineroar eats that Citrus Berry, heals up just a little bit, and Delphox does not flinch, but it takes quite a lot of damage. But gets to go for that Nasty Plot to now becoming a monster offensive threat. And there's the parting shot, not into the King Gambit, into the Aerodactyl. So
Crisis averted.
Yeah, crisis averted. Aerodactyl now at -2 attack, so the next Rock Slide certainly not going to be able to pick up the KO onto this Delphox. Definitely not anymore. If it ever was, with the Sinistcha's Hospitality healing up that Delphox, and Rage Powder keeping it safe from a potential Sucker Punch as well. So yeah, Matthias actually getting pretty good value, keeps that all-important setup Pokemon safe to deal the damage it really needs to, because Delphox is kind of the main thing that is going to keep bring Matthias through this game.
Yeah, the Aerodactyl not in a very good position. Doesn't like staring down either of these two Pokemon, especially at -2. That King Gambit, likewise, in a very good position. Of course, does threaten the Sucker Punch, but could also just go for a Cow Clue into either of these Pokemon, honestly, and pick up a knockout. Aerodactyl instead going to go for a Tailwind. That Intimidate drops might not mean a whole lot for the Rock Slide, but Tailwind's still very useful and allow this King Gambit to outspeed both the Delphox and the Sinistra. Colbert Berry going to go ahead and weaken that Kowtow Cleave damage. And Delphox, instead going to go for a Psyshock, now at +2 into this Aerodactyl is a KO. Nice and easily. A little bit risky considering the King Gambit is right there, but I think that was pretty good, all things considered. Honestly, a very good position for a Mega Charizard if Justin has it.
Yeah, if he does have Charizard, he will not be able to Mega Evolve it thanks to the Aerodactyl already taking that Mega Evolution. So it's going to have to be a different option for Justin. And the Colbert Berry being pretty valuable on this Sinistra. Usually we see more regularly Sinistra carrying the Kasib Berry to keep itself safe from Ghost-type attacks, mainly that Baskin Legion last respect. But the Colbert Berry is pretty valuable against this King Gambit, able to stomach that Kowtow Cleave pretty comfortably. Notably, though, this King Gambit does have a Focus Sash, so that means a single Heat Wave is not going to be enough to pick up the KO onto it, even with the nasty plot boosts. And so the Sylveon also hitting the field is pretty important, as it means Rage Powder not going to be nearly as effective at stopping Delphox from taking any damage at all, and just kind of pressures things like that Incineroar to not like switching in on this turn. But I like this kind of slow play from Matthias to protect the Delphox. Actually, just up double protect from both Pokemon. Stall out the Tailwind that Justin did just get set up.
Now, we'll have to see what the Sylveon goes for here. It is the Fairy Feather 3 Fairy type attack variant with Hyper Voice, Moonblast, and Quick Attack. Sometimes we see instead of Quick Attack, Hyper Beam. But,
or Yawn or something.
Or Yawn, yes. And it has D-Attack as a last move, of course. Yeah, we have 2 turns left of this Tailwind here. That is going to be the difference maker, because that means the Sylveon will be able to outspeed the Delphox. Battery Death over here going to go for a Rage Powder. And we're probably just going to see a Hyper Voice if I had to. Actually, but there's something interesting.
King Gambit is faster than the Sylveon. Yeah, that's the funny thing about these Focus Sash King Gambits is that they can say, YOLO, I don't need defensive investment, just go as fast as possible. The +2 Psyshock into Sylveon, not quite enough. But Sylveon did just go for a Moonblast, so not quite as strong as the Hyper Voice would have been. But yeah, Delphox, good special bulk and resisting it with that fire typing. Takes that hit well enough, but Sinistra is gone. So that is healing off the board, redirection off the board. And King Gambit still has 100% health, which is pretty nice because it has that Focus Sash still intact. One more turn of Tailwind. And now the speed interactions are going to be pretty important. Where, the King Gambit's faster than the Delphox, so it's probably faster than Sneasler as well. And Fergraph is also in the back, so the potential for a fake out is not surefire for Matthias.
Yeah, nothing really stopping Justin from just swapping out the Sylveon into the Fergraph, eating the fake out, and then having a nice Kowtow Cleave go into either the Delphox or the Sneasler. But on the other hand, if you keep the Sylveon alive, it could just KO the Sneasler outright.
Yeah, potentially. Fergraph's going to be looks like it's going to be a pretty important Pokemon for this end game, as the Iron Head does go into the Sneasler, not into the Delphox. So Delphox actually just goes for another nasty plot. Delphox looking to just KO everything on the earth with Heat Wave, as the Dire Claw instead goes into Fergraph. So King Gambit once again left alone, and Fergraph poisoned by the Poison Touch from this Sneasler. So the poison's going to bring it closer and closer to that Citrus Berry recovery range. One more turn and it will munch on that berry. But yeah, Tailwind is, I believe, now over, and so Delphox is now in a position where just go for a big Heat Wave into both of these targets, and if it connects, it's going to KO both, which is pretty big. And the Heat Wave does not, Heat Wave it'll bring King Gambit down to Focus Sash and Caesar can KO, but
yeah,
crucially, the Sucker Punch is looking very threatening as a potential KO into either of these Pokemon.
Sucker Punch actually going to go out into the Sneasler, leaving the Delphox free and open for any potential devastating Heat Wave. That really could just be game there. But instead, Matthias goes for a third nasty plot. Holy moly.
I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. That one's looking... That feels a little bit too much. I think a Heat Wave would have been lovely there.
Matthias know it doesn't matter how high your special attack, that Psyshock will still not KO this King Gambit.
Yeah, Heat Wave was already gonna do it. Yeah, with the Trick Room, I think Matthias certainly expecting a different play. from Justin, but I think I really like Justin's very straightforward play of I will simply KO the Sneasler, set up Trick Room. If you go
That's
for
a very gutsy play, I must add. Actually, I wonder if Matthias ran out of time. That might have been what happened.
Maybe? I mean, who puts Nasty Plot on the first move slot on your... That'd be great. Yeah, like, I think at that point, like, King Gambit was just... It was too many turns where King Gambit was just at full health and still had its focus sash intact and was just outputting a whole lot of damage. Where I think Matthias has to have a little bit of a more respect for King Gambit, where, King Gambit is definitely one of those Pokemon where if you disrespect it, it will walk all over you. And that's kind of what happened here, where, it just got so many attacks off her. It got the Iron Head. Like, King Gambit just beat the Sneasler, which is like, that's the whole point of Sneasler, so that doesn't happen, right? Like Delphox never clicked Heat Wave into this King Gambit, so it never even got brought down to Focus Sash. King Gambit never got hit by a Matcha Gotcha to lose it. But like it was just sort of ignored long enough for it to be an absolutely massive problem for Matthias, and I think maybe Matthias was expecting Justin to play a little bit more defensively with it, which certainly did not happen.
Yeah, and despite the multiple nasty plots, I do think Matthias did a really good job of playing around the Sucker Punch. One missed Sucker Punch, or excuse me, one bad Sucker Punch connect could have easily derailed Matthias' game plan.
Yeah, absolutely. So like the nasty plots do feel like a little greedy, but it makes sense if you are expecting a Sucker Punch in that position. But I really like Justin's play of saying, well, that's a more obvious option. Let me Sucker Punch the other thing that is not likely to go for a status move. But a pretty big switch up, I think, from both players. They're keeping one thing the same, one thing different, where different setup Pokemon from Matthias. So instead, going to be the Floette instead of the Delphox. A little bit of a slightly better King Gambit matchup, and the Aerodactyl now partnered alongside the King Gambit, which pretty great in game one, but not loving its position in front of the Sneasler right off the bat.
Yeah, I really like Justin's lead here. You're still threatening the potential for graph switching, so Matthias is still kind of doesn't feel too confident in just walking in to take out, and that is what we're going to see here. That Aerodactyl is going to be swapping in for the Farigiraf, allowing King Gambit to get the potentially free Iron Head onto this Mega Floette, as we do see that Mega Evolve gain the umbilical cord flower here. And we are going to see what is the Sneasler going to go for.
This is one way of poking it. The Fairy Aura going to be boosting that damage, of course, and Sneasler does go for the fake out, so Farigiraf comes in just to see what it wanted to. The Moonblast, though, was still going to do a lot of damage to this King Gambit. Yeah, didn't need the Focus Sash, but still not great. But here's the Iron Head follow-up into the Floette, and it does survive that as well with a dangerously low amount of health. So that's pretty bad, I think, for Matthias, where we traded basically the same amount of damage on both Pokemon. However, the King Gambit is way less important to Justin as the Floette is to Matthias, where Matthias' team is all about setting up one of these Pokemon, and if they get KO'd really early, you're just really up a creek without a paddle. So Matthias is in danger mode. We're trying to keep this thing as safe as possible. Switches in the Sinistcha. You take this Sucker Punch, but still very low on health. The Dazzling Gleam will follow up and pick up the KO onto that absolute devil of the King Gambit. Gets rid of that. The Farigiraf does take a lot of damage, but doesn't set up Trick Room, just goes for the Twin Beam to potentially snipe this Sneasler. Instead, the Sinistcha takes that pretty well.
Yeah, very good information for a potential game 3. We do know, thanks to the new format where we have to reveal the natures, the stat alignments of these Pokemon, King Gambit almost certainly was max attack. It has adamant nature, which means that Floette's got a lot of bulk investment.
Yeah, quite a lot to be able to stomach such a powerful Iron Head. However, Rage Powder is here, which is great. But this Aerodactyl, of course, has Rock Slide, everyone's favorite move, and so in order to lower that damage output, Incineroar will be called upon for its Intimidate ability as Aerodactyl realizing, all right, it's time to go for this Mega Evolution, get a little bit more speed and a noticeable bump in its power with those stronger Rock Slides. Floette is going to be very important to keep safe from this Rock Slide, as it's going to pretty low health as the Ice Fang actually goes into what was the Sinistra. The Incineroar doesn't care about that at all. No freeze or anything. Twin Beam also goes into that Incineroar slot. So
that was almost a great turn for
was like
Justin.
the best
Incineroar.
Incineroar.
The Floette protect, but didn't quite call the Incineroar.
Yeah, I didn't quite fully see through exactly what Matthias was going to go for. But you'd love to fake out if you were Incineroar. But that is not an option here. So we'll have to see if the Aerodactyl Rock Slide can do enough where, fake out off the table. So you got to imagine Sinistra's coming back in to heal this Floette more, because if Floette's health bar hits 0, it's extremely likely Matthias just loses the game at this point. So no surprise to see Sinistra coming back onto the field. He's another 25% to this Floette, thanks to the hospitality. Farigiraf also switching out on this turn knows that is important. So going to be switching in Garchomp, which is not going to love these fairy type attacks that Floette can go for, as the Rock Slide once again bringing Floette down really, really low as the Moonblast fires off into Aerodactyl, but Aerodactyl has been trained to survive such a powerful Moonblast, takes that attack just barely, and now we're in a very dangerous position where, well, what do you do about, he could handle the Rock Slide, he could intimidate and heal off with the Matcha Gut, or with the hospitality from just the Rock Slide, but Rock Slide and Earthquake on top of that, this is becoming a taller order.
Yeah, you could, again, go for the same play, protect, option Incineroar, get 2 very valuable Intimidate attack drops on both of these Pokemon, but that Incineroar is not going to survive at this point.
Yeah,
especially not if there are any critical hits.
Which, maybe that's fine, because then you get Sinistra back in, and Floette gets more health, and then maybe it can take an Earthquake plus Rock Slide after all these Intimidates. But I like the tailwind from Aerodactyl saying, well, it's very, there's no way Sinistra or Floette goes for any attacks here. Sinistra either does not go for an attack, so just an Earthquake and -1 into this Incineroar. Does a lot of damage thanks to that Life Orb.
That was not crit. That was it was Life Orb. But
nope,
even
just
so, that was just good damage.
Yeah, Life Orb Garchomp does so much damage. The Citrus Berry will heal it up. And so now we're in a spot where Incineroar actually gets to go for a potential fake out here. If it so chooses, but Matthias is still just in damage control mode, trying to make sure that Floette is in a spot where it's not existentially threatened at every turn, and still not quite out of the woods yet with just how much damage Justin is threatening, even through these Intimidate.
Yeah, and it's still important to know that fake out still might not be a potential play here, because Justin could at any point swap in either of these two Pokemon.
Yeah, the
Farigiraf would also reset the Intimidate drop as well. Understandably, we're going to see Matthias swap in the Incineroar for the Sinistra, which will dodge the Rock Slide, but more crucially, hits the Floette and might actually
28%. How much does this go? Oh, not an Earthquake, just a Dragon Claw. So trying to get damage onto that Incineroar instead, but Floette does not do anything. Just goes for a Dazzling Gleam, and that's the board cleared.
That might be game.
That's not. Yeah, maybe. We'll have to see what else Justin. No, Justin has just the Farigiraf. No, it's certainly game. That's certainly game at this point.
This Farigiraf does have. We usually see Hyper Voice and a Psychic type move. This one does not have Hyper Voice.
Yeah, Twin Beam and Thunderbolt. So, yeah, Justin kind of plays a little risky. One turn, Matthias goes for the attack and just loses the offensive Pokemon he had on the field. And so that's kind of how it goes, right? These setup teams are very, sort of delicate. We have to get to make sure that your important Pokemon that's going to be dealing all of the damage for the most part is in a spot to do that. And if you just kind of say, well, they're going to protect on this turn, oh, well, they're going to call Mind and they attack, and they're going to switch out this thing surely, right? And if they don't, you can just be utterly blown up like Justin was in that turn, maybe expecting Matthias to not risk the Floette going down to a potential Rock Slide Earthquake combination. Does risk it and just instantly wins the game off of it.
Sometimes RNG giveth, sometimes RNG giveth. You gotta just sit with those for a little while. And as much as we'd like to say, oh well, Justin made one bad play and it cost him the game. Both of these players were at kind of mode. If any stray Sucker Punch landed in his way, didn't swap out, get those hospitality boosts or those Intimidate drops when needed, that also would have been extremely impactful. So I'm curious if any of these players will switch up their leads. I think they've correctly identified which core Pokemon they need to really win this game. But we'll have to see. they'll keep the same leads or if they'll try something else.
Yeah, I really like Justin's game plan in game 2. I think if he just like sort of stays the course a little bit more and just keeps doing the same thing he was doing in those prior turns, where just force the issue, just kind of slowly make Matthias lose more and more ground instead of like trying to win the game on that turn, of just saying, well, if I keep doing the same sort of thing, the game will eventually go in my favor, barring any crazy amount of rock slide misses or something. So I think like getting in that spot where you have Aerodactyl Garchomp in a position to do a lot is a really good sort of end game thing once you've done a lot through that. But I think both players kind of feel similarly, where they like their game 2 plans, and so they're going to run these back. And so we'll see how, if any differences happen this time, if Floette is just going to let itself get hit by a massive Iron Head immediately.
And we did learn in that game 2 that Floette will survive an Iron Head, which means it just needs some form of chip damage, whether that's Rock Slide, whether that is an Earthquake, or even a Hyper Voice from the Sylvie.
Yeah, if he wants to get that clean one-hit KO, right? The other thing is that while King Gambit is here, it's really hard to intimidate the Aerodactyl, because then King Gambit suddenly does get that one-hit KO with Iron Head, probably into either of these Pokemon, given how much damage it's dealing out. And because it has that Focus Sash, it's not as easy as, oh, well, I will simply click Close Combat and KO the King Gambit, right? It has that Focus Sash. Also, with Choreograph lurking in the back, these fake outs are also very very hard to get that one little bit of fake out chip, right? The Focus Sash, harder to do so this time. But King Gambit will be at least saved for this turn, as Choreograph will be switching in instead, as Aerodactyl goes for the Mega Evolution, all but confirming that Justin not too keen on bringing Charizard into this particular matchup. Can't fault him for that. I think the Aerodactyl provides a lot more value here. As Floette also Mega Evolving, saying there's probably not a Delphox in the back. Here's the Rock Slide, though. Does miss onto one of these Pokemon. Into the Floette. That's the one you really kind of wanted to get some more chip damage onto. Sneasler breaking that Focus Sash also pretty valuable here. But the Close Combat will go into the Photograph, which does a lot, but not quite enough to activate the Citrus Berry. Just a little bit too healthy there. So this Moonblast probably just gets there, and that's Photograph gone. That's all the fake out mind game blocking, Armor Tail mind games off the table. One less thing that TS has to worry about.
Yeah, a very interesting trade-off. I think if you're Justin, you don't appreciate that too much. However, you now have this Garchomp in prime position. We know Iron Head wasn't enough to KO the Floette, but we do know a Rock Slide, especially with the Tough Claws, plus an Earthquake, probably is enough. And if Sneasler does swap out for the Incineroar, sure, that is 2-1 attack drop, but Incineroar doesn't appreciate Rock Slide or Earthquake.
Yeah, this might just be another Protect plus... Oh, no Protect. So just saying I trust in Floette. It should have the damage output to do enough here. There's the Rock Slide, 20% onto the Floette as Garchomp goes for an Earthquake. No need to Tailwind. We know this Floette is modest and Garchomp is jolly, so it will be faster. Does a lot of damage to both Pokemon, but neither one gets KO'd. And here's the difference maker. Does Rock Slide get a flinch on it to this Floette? Incineroar is going to take a snack before that, so no flinch, so Moonblast goes out, and that's the only attack Garchomp's going to get on this turn. So Justin immediately brought down to his final Pokemon, that King Gambit, probably brought back out onto the field much earlier than Justin was hoping.
Yeah, King Gambit is at least going to put a stop to pushing shenanigans, but it might be too little too late. That Floette just at a very high HP, Aerodactyl at -1, not going to be able to KO it barring any critical hits. This Aerodactyl does not have dual Wing Beat on its moveset. Its secondary attacking move is actually Ice Fang, as the thought in Game 2. And so not be able to really deal much damage with the Floette. Really going to need some flinches or critical hits.
Yeah, which that can always happen. Well, can't happen this turn. Aerodactyl will be getting flinched this turn. Also crucial to note, King Gambit does not have Protect. It has all the attacking moves it wants, but that leaves it wanting for an attack, for a Protect here. Aerodactyl does survive the double up of the Fake Out plus Moonblast very comfortably. Here's the Iron Head, though, so trading that for the Floette. See if that actually proves enough here. Which it may do, because now Sneasler can come back in and Fake Out the Aerodactyl once more. So, I was saying before, usually when the big sort of damage dealer on Matthias' side gets KO'd, usually lose the game if they haven't made enough progress. And I think at this point, Matthias got 2 KOs out of the Floette, so probably it's okay enough for it to get KO'd. But there is the fake out. It does actually KO Aerodactyl. That critical hit might have mattered because Aerodactyl might have survived that attack otherwise.
We'll have to see here what Kingambit goes for. It is going to be a low kick into the Incineroar. That is a knockout. However, keep in mind that Matthias's Sneasler is the Focus Sash variant, which means that's just one close combat away.
I mean, the Focus Sash has been broken, I believe? Yeah, I got hit by a Rock Slide before, so I think the Focus Sash has been broken, so an Iron Head will KO the Sneasler. However, the problem is that Sinistra is also here, right? So it's going to be really hard to get that Iron Head. Also, what am I talking about? Focus Sash is back intact.
You were right. It did take damage earlier in the match.
Not anymore. Not anymore. And so, yeah, I think Kingambit just has to attack too many times. And it's at this time, Matthias can just go for close combats and just keep Rage Powdering away. And so with this Colbur Berry as well, Sinistra very safe to draw away at least 2 attacks. So Kingambit's Focus Sash keeps it safe for this one turn. Buys it one more turn to attack, but Kingambit needs a couple, probably 4 attacks to realistically get rid of all of these Pokemon. Well, yeah, 4 attacks, and so it's just not going to have that much time. Justin just wasn't able to, get enough moves off. He was, trying to switch things around, like switching in that Farigiraf, and just got completely blown up by that Sneasler Floette in the early game, and just sort of, Justin was just losing too many pieces too quickly at this point. And so now, once Matthias got that early lead, he was like, okay, now I can kind of just trade Pokemon, and if we both lose one Pokemon at a time, I've won more, so I'll eventually just win. And so that's how we're seeing this game close up as the close combat finishes up the KO onto that Kingambit. And I think, yeah, we sort of see a very different clash in playstyles, right? We have Matthias's very more defensive team where basically everything knows Protect or Fake Out to stall out some turns. And Justin's team, very few things have Protect, right? Kingambit didn't have Protect. And the Aerodactyl didn't have Protect. And those were sort of the 2 of the big Pokemon that Justin was relying on. And so just had a hard time, buying through those fake out turns once Farigiraf was crucially removed very early on in that game 3.
Yeah, one thing we didn't mention explicitly is this Aerodactyl. You said it doesn't have Protect, and that's because it instead has Wide Guard as its kind of pseudo-Protect move. And, that is good against Charizard. It's good against this Delphox also.
Nice against Gleams from Floette, but
yeah, not surviving a Moonblast.
Yeah, not as useful, right? It can kind of catch your opponent unaware, but I think from Matthias' side, it's very easy to just simply not click the spread moves in front of the Aerodactyl, right? It's hard for Justin to create a board state where he needs to click those moves, and it's like of the utmost imperative, especially with Floette, right? Delphox a little bit more reliant on that, right? You click Wide Guard with Aerodactyl, and then Kingambit is safe from a Heat Wave, for example, from Delphox, but I liked the adjustment Matthias made in games 2 and 3 to change to Floette. It's a little bit more stable in front of these Pokemon, where all of game 1, Matthias was kind of dancing around sucker punches from Justin's Kingambit, and Floette just made that a lot easier, saying, well, I can take a sucker punch, I resist that. Here's this giant Moonblast. Good luck with that. Yeah, so I really liked the approach. We got to see some two of the more standard compositions in this metagame. The only new thing being the Life Orb on the Garchomp. Everything else is sort of the Reg MA classic.
Yeah. I will say, though, that Life Orb definitely caught me off guard. That did a lot of damage for that Earthquake. We're so used to Garchomps in Regulation A being Focus Sash or Choice Scarf, but we are going to hop into a very, very short break. We are once again
round 4
catching the last match, so we're going to be right back with round 4 of 5. Don't touch that dial.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to round 4 of 5 of our mid-year celebration in Sunnyvale, California, the CardArt card shop. My name is Zach, the Kurt, and we've got another fun matchup with some new Pokemon. Well, okay, this is the same Aerodactyl Charizard from Kiki here. We've got Tony running a kind of mixed combination. We've got the Delphox and the Garchomp and Whimsicott. Mystic Water Basculegion, what is it called? Never Melt Ice, that's the name of that item. And their very fun Staraptor. We saw Malamar running amok earlier today, so we're going to see the Staraptor instead. And that is a shiny blue mohawked Staraptor. Looks very cool. As we jump into this game, really curious to see how sort of, it's kind of a similar sort of thing where like if there's more of a setup team from one side and against the sort of tail room team from Kiki's side. We'll have to see how she wants to deal with this as similarly, it's going to be the Aerodactyl and the Kingambit on the lead as the Staraptors intimidate immediately, giving a defiant boost over to this Kingambit. See what Whimsicott options. There's the option of Tickle on this Whimsicott instead of Protect, so it has the option to immediately boost the defense and special defense defense and attack of this Staraptor. With that contrary, basically giving it a free bulk up or a coaching, which is pretty nice against these two physical attackers, which could be pretty impactful. This is a relatively standard Staraptor, close combat, Brave Bird, Roost, and Protect. Of course, doesn't need Tailwind if Whimsicott is right there to offer that Tailwind support naturally. So Tailwind options for both of these players. This Aerodactyl does have dual Wing Beat, which is important as this Focus Sash Whimsicott is not necessarily safe in the face of those two flying type attacks. Staraptor will Mega Evolve on this turn. Aerodactyl doesn't actually quite get. Maybe holding that for later, or maybe indicating that there's a Charizard in the back. Tailwind goes immediately out, and there's the close combat straight into Aerodactyl.
Nice knockout.
Yeah, that's just a knockout. There's no Focus Sash on this Aerodactyl, and so the Staraptor pretty offensive, and so no Tailwind option at all. The Iron Head follows up into Staraptor. Does pretty good damage, but that's nothing a close combat and a Roost or something can't manage further on. So Staraptor actually does have a pretty good Kingambit matchup. That's the most damage this Kingambit can do, which it is, spoilers. Not too bad, all things considered. And that was after a Defiant boost, right? This is a Defiant boost to Kingambit, only doing that much to this Staraptor. Pretty important. However, Farigiraf has Psychic and Thunderbolt, so Staraptor certainly not loving that situation much either. So Staraptor might be looking to finally get a close combat special defense boost to stomach these attacks from Farigiraf a little bit better. Also, if that wasn't enough, Farigiraf also has Roar to make this even worse for Staraptors with boosting shenanigans.
Yeah, he's Farigiraf, unlike in the last game was Swimming, this time it is Psychic, and Psychic will get around the defense boost that Raptor currently. I believe we can take a look here.
Yeah, has the defense and special defense boost, and so maybe with another one can maybe take a Psychic, or Tickle also very weird looking at. I haven't seen the Tickle animation in Champions quite yet. So here's a +1 close combat. Okay, never mind.
That's a critical
that
hit.
might have been a pretty impactful.
Matter.
This is a bold Farigiraf, so you'd imagine this Farigiraf can stomach an attack that powerful normally. So that's 2 quick knockouts for Staraptor. Kingambit struggling to keep the pace with this offensive lead from Tony, and so Staraptor looking pretty good so far. That critical hit certainly helping the matter here, but Sylveon has a lot of work cut out for it. Still not over necessarily for Kiki. She's still got a lot of good damage to be done. Chipped down Tony's leads pretty well so far, but still a lot to do. This Farigiraf does have, Farigiraf is gone. Sylveon has Quick Attack, so can Quick Attack of this Whimsicott, but nothing stopping another Tickle right out the gate from this Whimsicott into Staraptor.
Yeah, we do see Sucker Punch go into Staraptor. You gotta wonder if that's a double fiery move coming out.
Ooh, no, just no Quick Attack, so just a Moonblast instead into the Kingambit. That's a lot of damage. It's another critical hit. Okay, Tony's really getting all the rolls going his way, but if you're going first, you're more likely to get those to happen here. So
Tony hit not mattering when you're taking a +2, four times effective close combat.
Yeah, King Gambit's been actually wrecked. Sylveon will clear the board, so 2 KOs for Sylveon.
Okay.
Good job. But I think Tony, obviously knows what he's got in the back, and so he's probably saying, well, whatever I have in the back can pretty easily handle this Sylveon. Garchomp, certainly one of those Pokemon that can do pretty good damage. He does have Earthquake and Dragon Claw and Rock Slide as the move, so a little bit awkward that way, but Basculegion with the Last Respect and Mystic Water Wave Crash, probably enough to pick up these KOs here. And so Garchomp will go rougher. Rock Slide is the most reliable.
That's step one
thing.
of the plan.
Step one for Kiki if she wants to get back into this, but
never mind.
Step two did not go as well. Step two did not go as well. Last Respect is pretty strong, so Sylveon KO'd that way. And so Tony gets a pretty explosive and quick game one. So we'll see how Kiki wants to approach that, because I really liked the turn one Gambit Tony went for of just immediate Tailwind close combat, saying, well, if you don't Mega Evolve Aerodactyl, you're just immediately losing it. And that's exactly what happened, right? Maybe if Aerodactyl Mega Evolves, has a little bit more defense, can stomach that close combat, but without that, it's just gone. And that was kind of all she wrote. Tony just kind of plays from there.
Yeah, very unfortunate critical hit onto the Farigiraf. I would venture that mattered in the sense that allowed Staraptor to then pick up another KO onto the King Gambit.
Staraptor
She still had her work cut out for her.
Mhm.
That Staraptor was at +1 special defense, at +2 defense, threatening a +3 defense in fact.
Yeah.
And that definitely allowed Tony to really put in some work. We've seen a lot at the very beginning of Regulation MB, a lot of these Staraptor teams kind of going all in the Staraptor portion, but a lot of good players, Tony included, have realized I don't need Staraptor to get to like +6, sweep the whole team. I just needed to pick up the pieces that allow my back, in this case the Basculegion and the Garchomp, to really put in the work and clean up in the end.
Yeah, and the close combat is just like really good across the board into Kiki's team, right? There's 2 resistances, being Charizard and the Sylveon. However, close combat's still, like, even if you hit close combat into a resisted target, you still get defense boosts from it. Like, it's hardly the worst thing in the world. So, Tony's probably fine just being pretty reckless with the close combats into Kiki's team, because you just get a lot of value out of it. And then, okay, Sylveon switches in, takes 20-30% from a close combat, you get the defense boost, and suddenly Brave Bird is looking even stronger, especially when you can get that instant tickle boost onto the Staraptor. Words that outside of this context make no sense at all. But here we have a Staraptor plus the Basculegion sits. Room spot, if it's spot at all, is in the back, as the Trick Room is very much screamed from Kiki, saying, well, you were moving first every time. I didn't like that. Let's make sure you don't move first moving forward.
Yeah, a very interesting adjustment by Tony to kind of drop the win spot in favor of the Basculegion. Curious what he's got cooking with that, other than Basculegion, of course, being a very good Pokemon in general.
Yeah.
This Farigiraf in a much better position, though. This Farigiraf, again, has Psychic and Thunderbolt as its attacking move. So that could be a potential Thunderbolt into the Basculegion. That certainly put it in a tough spot. We'll have to see what these can
Yeah,
do.
I mean, so if Kiki gets the Trick Room up, she will have the speed advantage. But that's a kind of a big if, where Tony is smartly led with a little bit more damage output than he did in game 1, and so we could just be seeing a double up into this Farigiraf, which crucially does not have Protect or a move at any kind. So here, no, just a close combat actually into the Sylveon. That's a lot of damage for a resisted attack. With this special defense boost, might maybe be able to survive the Hyper Voice, but we're not going to find out, because Sylveon is not going to stick around much longer, as it is just swiftly KO'd here. And so Tony's saying, well, okay, fine, you can get up Trick Room, that's okay, but it's a lot less potent when you don't have great Pokemon to take advantage of this Trick Room, where, with +1 special defense, Staraptor is maybe a little bit sturdier in the face of this Farigiraf, and we've already seen King Gambit is not great into the Staraptor.
Yeah, I mean, Kiki's team only really has 2 Trick Room supers, that being Sylveon and King Gambit, and one of those just went down, and the other one's going to have a tough time against this Staraptor. Yes, at least Kiki now has the ability to launch some powerful Psychic into that Staraptor, but it's already at +1 special defense. and the King Gambit is the adamant nature on PC side. It does have some pretty good punch to it, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to take down this draft.
Yeah, and so no surprise to see Basque Legion sort of switched out, not loving its position here. Psychic does a good chunk to Staraptor, but that special defense boost is proving pretty valuable. Gets another one thanks to the normally what would be a drop here. Here's the Iron Head, though, into Staraptor. Does a nice chunk of damage. Is there a flinch? No flinch, so here's Staraptor getting yet another, well, almost KO. We'll basically call that a 99% of a KO, as King Gambit brought down to its focus sash. So Staraptor, yeah, gets all these boosts, but at this point, you know, it's pretty low. It's going to get KO'd to another attack anyway, and doesn't have the opportunity to roost. But at this point, the sort of baton gets passed to Garchomp as the main offensive threat that Tiki's really going to have to worry about. And so, you know, Trick Room is up. That's great, but Garchomp's Earthquake's looking mighty appealing right now.
Yeah, this Earthquake is basically free, you know.
Yeah,
he does go for Protect.
Yeah, it can also just Protect. There's no it doesn't need to just let itself get KO'd, but the Furgraph will go for Psychic into Garchomp. Does some respectable damage, just 40%, pretty nice. The Iron Head will, though, go into the protecting Staraptor, and you've got to imagine, yeah, this is no reason not to really Earthquake here, as the Earthquake does come out and KO this KO this King Gambit. Does a good chunk to Farigiraf as well. So, yeah, at this point, I think Tony's just done a lot of damage in Farigiraf and hasn't really kept up the pace as much. And now we have to see, well, what else does Kiki have? All right, Aerodactyl coming in Trick Room is not the thing it loves to see. It does have Ice Fang, which is important for Tony to be aware of. Right, Garchomp is normally pretty good into Aerodactyl, but with Ice Fang, that absolutely flips that matchup.
Yeah, but there's still 2 turns of Trick Room, which means this Garchomp should be going before the Aerodactyl, although albeit not before the Farigiraf.
Yeah, Farigiraf can probably get a Psychic off first, but we saw Garchomp is able to take that well enough. You know, at the best times, looks like it's going to put it into range of getting KO'd within Life Orb recoil, because it did about 40% before. So we'll have to see. But, you know, Tony still has the Basque Legion also waiting in the wings, saying, well, okay, if I can get rid of Farigiraf, then I can simply Aqua Jet the Aerodactyl and pick that up from, you know, about like 60-odd%. So if I just get some chip damage onto these Pokemon, I can probably close things out, to say nothing of the mystery fourth Pokemon that Tony has in the back.
I'm curious what that last Pokemon is, if it is Whimsicott or maybe even a Alolan Ninetales. Instead, we're going to see Farigiraf go for a Psychic into the Staraptor. That's one big threat down. But again, Staraptor has done its job. It's allowed, honestly, has done more in this job. And we see Dragon Claw come out into the Farigiraf thanks to that bold nature, able to survive pretty comfortably, especially with the Citrus Berries in tow. And now this Aerodactyl gets a free Ice Fang into this Garchomp, and things look from bad to actually a pretty good position for Kiki. Yes, there is still 1 turn of Trick Room remaining. You just got rid of 2 very big threats on Tony.
Yes, things are getting... Yeah, it is the Whimsicott, as you said. Yes, the Whimsicott will be here and won't be able to go for its usual Encore shenanigans or Tickle shenanigans here. And so, yeah, still, Aerodactyl might be enough for Kiki to pull this off. Well, maybe. It doesn't have Protect, and Basque Legion still has 1 more turn of Trick Room to go for a very big Wave Crash and immediately KO that. So I think it's going to be all about, you know, can this Farigiraf potentially stop this Basque Legion for going for a Wave Crash? Otherwise, there's no real reason for it not to. Whimsicott goes for Tailwind, though, in the Trick Room, so Basque Legion might be now faster than... Okay, the Thunderbolt goes into Basque Legion, not a critical hit, not enough to KO. Does it get a paralysis? No. Aerodactyl goes next with a dual Wing Beat, so KOs the Whimsicott. I think the Tailwind might have been not the greatest play there. I think Tony maybe forgot that Trick Room was up for this final turn, so then, you know, the Tailwind makes a lot of sense. But no, Wave Crash actually just goes into the Farigiraf. Okay. But Aerodactyl's faster. No, it's slower because...
This Tailwind is up.
Tailwind's up in Trick Room.
And Trick Room is about to expire, yes.
Okay, but Basque Legion is still round with 12%, so it can just Wave Crash, and it should be faster because Tailwind and Trick Room's over, so...
Yeah, that was almost a very bad...
That was almost...
play for
Tony. Yeah.
I imagine what Tony was seeing is like, okay, I can't go for a Tickle. Usually I would love to go for a Tickle on Aerodactyl, but Armored Tail is still up. Moonblast isn't probably going to be enough to KO this Farigiraf anyway, so I might as well just go for a Tailwind. In a standard here, we're going to see all 4 Pokemon for both players side of the field go down, but because Tony KO'd with an attack, he is going to be considered the winner of this match, and with it, the winner of this set.
Yeah, so yeah, a little bit of a curveball thrown to us, I think, about that end game, but yeah, either Tony kind of seeing that that was a way to get through that that game could have been pretty bad if there was the double up onto that Basculegion instead, but I think most likely just kind of forgot that Trick Room was up for one more turn, so didn't quite finish that out as cleanly as possible. But hey, a win's a win. You get there in the end. Basculegion was still, just kind of needed 2 wave crashes to get the job done. And Tony was able to find the opportunity to do that, and I feel like Staraptors had like a roller coaster of perception so far. Like, the format comes out, everyone's like, Staraptor's amazing, this thing's broken, it's crazy good, and then just immediately like tanked, and everyone's like, Staraptor's really bad. No one, it's like a noob trap.
Saw the Staraptor matchup, guys. You just attack it.
Yeah, and and I think I've not seen too much Staraptor because it's kind of been thought of as like this easy Pokemon that's not super great, but looked pretty good from Tony, right? Where he's not really betting everything on the Staraptor, but he just has a way to like lean into it when he feels like it's appropriate. In this matchup, felt pretty great, and so saying, well, close combat is a good move anyway, and even if it has no upside at all, it just doesn't have a downside, that's great. The fact that it has an upside is even better. And so just using it as a Pokemon instead of I'm going to build everything around Staraptor being the best Pokemon ever, that was clearly not the strategy for Tony, just having a Pokemon that does good damage and synergizes with the rest of the team, right? Garchomp, Staraptor, pretty threatening. Garchomp, Whimsicott, Staraptor, even more threatening. Throw Basculegion in the mix, even more threatening. They just kind of all work together where you're not sort of putting all the onus on Staraptor alone to carry the game. It's a bit unfair to sort of say expect that from anyone.
Yeah, I joke about the way you beat Staraptor is just attack it, but the way Tony's team comp works out is if you are attacking the Staraptor, you are not attacking the Life Orb Garchomp, the Mystic Water Basculegion. The Whimsicott that can absolutely ruin your day were it not for Armor Tail.
Yeah.
In a way, the best defense is a good offense, and
right.
In this case, Staraptor did a very good job of bringing that.
And it's the bulk is still very respectable, right? And because Tony has the option to get that Tailwind up first, and then Staraptor can move next and get a close combat before it even gets hit, then Staraptor's, after one close combat, Staraptor's bulk is very respectable, especially for a primarily offensive Pokemon like it is. And so it also works the other way where, if you respect the Garchomp or the Basculegion and you attack those first, you give Staraptor a turn or two to get up to close combats, and suddenly you're doing half the damage that you would be doing otherwise. And suddenly, any Pokemon that takes half damage is going to take hits pretty well, even something that's not super sturdy like Staraptor. Half damage is half damage, and that's pretty impactful. So it just allows Tony to sort of trade effectively, which is kind of what this team from Tony does with sort of unconventional picks. That Ninetales we don't see too often. But I think it's rising. Seems to be rising in popularity. We've already seen 2 of them today. Not as many Frostlass. Poor Frostlass. I feel like it's getting sort of pushed off to the side because of all of these other Mega Evolutions. Where if you really want snow, there are ways to get it with the 5 other snow setters in the game that aren't Frostlass.
But yeah, we are going to quickly hop into another match here. This is going to be. Actually, I don't know who these players are. I think one of them is...
Blastoise, Delphox, or King Gambit to boost up with Shell Smash or something and start doing the damage here. Incineroar gets hit by a massive close combat, but because of that Intimidate ability is able to take that attack to Sneasler. No doubt a Focus Sash variant for that damage. Incineroar switches in to take the Dragon Claw from this Life Orb Garchomp reasonably well, thanks to Intimidate. Incineroar on Ori's side is able to Parting Shot into that same Incineroar. What was the Delphox? Makes sense to target that down to the focus of Range 15 and allows Whimsicott to now come in on the field to threaten Encores or some Moonblast or maybe just a Tailwind plus an Earthquake or something.
Yeah, generally a good position to just go for a Tailwind Earthquake, neither Sneasler nor Incineroar, even at -1, really appreciate that. But also could just go for raw damage here. We do not know these trainers' moves on their Pokemon, these Pokemon moves. So we are just kind of inferring here, but looks like Delphox was on turn 1 because it must have Mega Balled at some point.
Yeah, Mega Ball.
Swaps into a potential Earthquake here.
Yeah, I kind of like that. Protect from Whimsicott also keeps it safe from the Incineroar Fake Out. The Earthquake does come out, and Delphox, of course, with that Levitate, is able to switch in perfectly well from that. Incineroar takes a massive amount of damage, though. That Dragon Claw earlier, putting it into range. Oh no, the Citrus Berry had not been eaten quite yet. So Incineroar does get a little bit of a reprieve from all this damage. Gets to heal up. Take a look at, Incineroar did get hit by that Parting Shot earlier, and so this Garchomp still in a solid enough position. You got to imagine it's got a Rock Slide up its, most likely has a Rock Slide. Usually, unless Garchomp is next to Aerodactyl, they pretty commonly have Rock Slide. So that means that this Delphox has to be a little bit careful about that. Their Sinistcha is going to be able to keep itself a little bit safe, but can't be hospitable quite yet as Delphox is not taking damage. But here's the Tailwind. Just a Stomping Tantrum instead, going into what was the Incineroar, and Sinistcha takes that like a champ.
Yeah, that Life Orb really going to put in the hurt on the Garchomp here. Heat Wave going to bring Whimsicott down to its Focus Sash. Yes. It also deals some good damage to Garchomp down.
Yeah, nice chip damage from the Delphox, and I think with the reveal of, we saw Earthquake, we saw Stomping Tantrum, and we saw Dragon Claw from this Garchomp, so it might not actually have Rock Slide, it looks like, as usually they like to carry Protect if Garchomp can afford it. But Incineroar also going to be switching into having a much better matchup against both of these Pokemon, and Garchomp also not wanting to just get paired to a potential Psyshock moving forward. Charizard also a great Pokemon to switch into these two Pokemon. Now that Tailwind is up, Charizard's Heat Waves plus Incineroar's supportive moves looks like it would be a pretty potent offensive combination. However, Delphox's Nasty Plot is going to mean that Psyshocks are very, very threatening against Charizard.
Yeah, Incineroar or Charizard is usually not a Pokemon you want to have up against the Delphox, but when you're at +2, that really changes the map. We saw how much Heat Wave did to Incineroar. Even at +2, a Heat Wave shouldn't be a KO onto the Incineroar, but 2 certainly will. And even at +4, if his name, I'm forgetting his name. James, yes, yeah. If James decides to go for James decides to go for a second Nasty Plot, that could also certainly change the math here. But in the meantime, Ori is going to go ahead and Mega Evolve Charizard, and James is going to choose to protect the Delphox. Okay.
Yeah, just protecting the Delphox. Just protecting both. Okay, I was like, you're just really going to sacrifice Sinistcha like that. How could you? But just stalling out this Fake Out turn and sort of stalling out a turn of Tailwind, stalling out a turn of Sun. I really like that from James. I think a great sort of great turn to like weave in a double protect there.
I wonder if in Sun the +2 Heat Wave will. Okay. Do you think it would?
Maybe. Well, it's maybe close. It maybe depends on how physically bulky versus specially bulky this Incineroar is. But yeah, with all that's a lot of multipliers. So we'll have to see. Sinistcha wants to make sure that it can keep Delphox as safe as it possibly can in the face of these offensive moves. Here's the Heat Wave, though. Sinistcha's actually going to avoid it, so that's pretty good for Sinistcha. It tried to get the attention, but failed to do so in this case. Delphox firing a Heat Wave in retaliation, and it does not quite KO Incineroar, but that looks like it was very certainly a roll as the Throat Chop goes into Sinistcha. But that Heat Wave miss is pretty bad if you are Ori, right? If Heat Wave connects, right? It goes the other way around. Heat Wave connects, KOs Sinistra, then the Throat Chop goes into Delphox, does a lot of damage. This Incineroar's not been intimidated, so that Heat Wave miss is really, really bad for Ori. Now he's just like down. He's just lost a lot of health where otherwise he would have, traded a lot more effectively now. And I think Tailwind is also over at this turn.
Yeah, that Tailwind's over, which means that Mega Delphox is now the fastest thing on the field. Again, 2 Heat Waves will KO either of these two Pokemon. Up to go for Rage Pattern on the finish, but not going to swap it out to swap back in later in the match. Kind of just banking on this Heat Wave connecting with the Incineroar. Looks like that is going to be the case here. So that's one Fire Cat down.
How do you KO Incineroar? Oh, I just click Heat Wave a lot. Like
just land Heat Wave, guys. It's not that hard.
Sinnoh's just like, I can't believe I got out of that one fine. Like 3 fire types on the field, all in the sun. And Sinnoh's just like, I'm still okay, guys. Women's Cot does get to come out now, thanks to that sort of free switch from Incineroar getting KO'd. So Tailwind can get set up again, but Charizard...
That helps. I mean, he can just like Tailwind, Charizard becomes the fastest thing on the field. You can
go for
a Heat Wave.
I think I like this. The double protect from Ori makes sense with you double protect. You keep Charizard safe, you get up Tailwind, and then suddenly you get Charizard and Garchomp in Tailwind. Then it's like maybe a position you can play to win from, but you can just go from the Heat Wave Dragon Claws and can go from there. But without Charizard supplementing this Garchomp's offensive damage, not going to be quite enough. And yeah, Sinister just goes through a life, dude. Well. Insult to injury. Sinister healing up that damage, Delphox healing up. And so Garchomp is going to have a really hard time, even in Tailwinds, dealing with these, where Garchomp loves clicking ground moves, but Delphox is levitating, Sinister doesn't care at all. Dragon Claw is just not going to be damaging things faster than this boosted Delphox.
Yeah, that game was went very in the opposite direction very quickly. That Delphox and Sun really put in the work.
Yeah, I think that the Heat Wave miss was just so bad, right? Where if Sinister gets removed, then suddenly Ori's just done a lot more damage and put things in range of getting KO'd. But without that damage, so bad, right? Sinister's just able to say, "Oh, I'll just keep clicking Rage Powder, make sure this Delphox is safe." And when that is the case, it's just so much harder. Because Delphox, again, is the sort of main damage dealer, the main offensive threat for these kinds of teams if you select it, right? Blastoise can also do it. In-game, it can also do it.
Okay, it seems like that was actually Game 3. I had misinterpreted the results of the match. So we actually are going to cut to a break here, and we will be back with the 5th and final round of Swiss here at the CardArt Mid-Year Celebration. Don't touch that dial. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our 5th and final round of stream here at the CardArt card shop in Sunnyvale, California for our mid-year celebration in Pokemon Champions Regulation MB. We're having a great time, and we've got the final round of Swiss. We got our only undefeated player so far, Chandler, running the most interesting team, of course, and they're already done. They're already through team preview. We are.
They just looked at the front sheet and they're like, I know which 4 I'm bringing.
They sure do. We got a very cool, I think, an interesting team from Ryu. We got some Gardevoir stuff with the Talonflame Mousehold, King Gambit, Life Orb, Como, and a Basculegion, but one's carrying a Choice Scarf. So things are all a little bit different here, but we've got an immediate Tailwind plus Wave Crash threat that Ryu has to deal with here. We've seen some Gardevoir recently running like Thunderbolt randomly. This one does not have Thunderbolt. It says Vacuum Wave, which I actually really like as an option. It really kind of clamps down on King Gambit's ability to sort of play the game with that priority fighting type attack. It's a special attack, which is really cool. Tailwind is an option for both. Well, it would be, but Talonflame decided to not do that instead of going for it.
Yeah, a bit of interesting move because Chandler's Scott does have Encore, so that is something Ryu is going to have to be very careful about here. And we see the Basculegion actually went straight for the Gardevoir, and that's one threat down.
Okay. All right, Gardevoir is immediately removed from the field. Yeah, this Tailwind Wave Crash I said was going to be a pretty potent threat, and Ryu expects, well, probably it's going to be into the fire weakness, right? No, he just goes for the Wave Crash into the Gardevoir, and Gardevoir's not sturdy enough to stomach that, adaptability boosted, Mystic Water boosted Wave Crash. Here's a Quick Guard, though, to stop a potential Encore from this Whimsicott, which does indeed happen. So great Quick Guard from the Talonflame. Has Protect as well. Here's the Sucker Punch as a fall priority move into the Basculegion. So what was looking like a pretty dire turn 1 from Ryu turns into a pretty great turn 2, where Chandler gets nothing done, gets a turn of Tailwind stalled. Pretty great so far, but Garchomp is now out and is very much threatening. One problem has now turned into another one, where now Garchomp is here with Light Orb and Rock Slide and Earthquake, very much threatening either option that Ryu has in the field, but crucially not both at the same time.
Yeah, definitely a very, that is Basculegion gone, but it might be out of the frying pan and into the fire.
Yeah.
Over here, especially that Ryu doesn't have their Gardevoir. That would have been a really nice position to just click Hyper Voice.
Yeah, we'd love Gardevoir to click Hyper Voice into this Garchomp, but not quite, not an option anymore thanks to that early Wave Crash here. But interestingly, Whimsicott also is going to be keeping itself safe with a Protect on this turn, potentially keying into Ryu that an Earthquake might be coming on this turn. The Talonflame did go for a Protect, but didn't get the opportunity to go for that, as the Earthquake will come out into this Garchomp. Does a lot of damage, but this Garchomp, even with the Life Orb, not quite strong enough. King Gambit still so bulky normally to take these attacks, even as a jolly King Gambit. This King Gambit is very fast and offensive. The Rough Skin is almost enough, not quite enough. You see, this is a pretty offensive King Gambit. It has Expert Belt and it's jolly. Usually King Gambit try to with all 4 attacks, they like to run Life Orb, but the Como O on this team has Life Orb instead, so Expert Bolt not boosting that Kowtow Cleave's damage output because it's not super effective, but still quite a lot into this Garchomp, and Talonflame has just kind of been hanging out.
Yeah, I do really quickly want to call out the double attack, or just Protect after the Wide Guard. You might say, oh, maybe Ryu didn't know that you can't Protect after you Wide Guard, but I actually like that because it allows Encore to fail here. If the last move you used failed, you can't be Encored into it, so that allowed Ryu the potential to go for an attack of sorts with that Gale Wing. It seems like Ryu just wanted to protect Talonflame this turn, keep himself safe, so it is now back in the awkward position of not being able to, threatening an Encore into the Talonflame, but that certainly was an option for Ryu.
Yeah, and actually this is kind of cool, where now, Tailwind has been stalled, so now Talonflame still has Gale Wings that can dual wing beat Chandler's Whimsicott before the Encore threat becomes an option. And Basculegion here with the Choice Scarf can also outspeed and KO this Garchomp either with a regular attack or an Aqua Jet to get past the Tailwind if Whimsicott has set that up. But yeah, I think I really liked how, you know, weirdly enough, Ryu just kind of done nothing with Talonflame this whole time, but it's kind of looks like it's perfectly done. So now in this exact spot,
Nice. Critical hit did not matter.
Yeah, Ryu can get this potential double knockout with dual wing beat, gets rid of the Whimsicott, so no encore, no tailwind. Toy Scarf Basque Legion should be next to move, and can KO with a last respect into this Garchomp. And so the question is, what does Chandler have in the back that can potentially win this game? Because last respects is strong. Talonflame is, you know, got sharp beat, boosted dual wing beats, not the weakest attack ever, but
Chandler, you know, he has not brought any Mega Evolution Pokemon thus far, which makes me at least at first think it could be Charizard or Floette, but it could honestly be the King Gambit either. But Chandler actually choosing to
Chandler's
not
saying,
reveal
well,
any information.
regardless of what it is, I'm losing, so let's not show that information. Really weird. That was a weird game. Ryu was kind of like
talking about back and forth. That third one looked like Chandler had it in the bag, and then Ryu just, I don't know, kind of played it. At first, it felt really awkward with the Talonflame going for the Protect and the Wide Guard, and versus Quick Guard.
Yeah. Usually, you don't usually see Talonflame get led. Click Protect, Quick Guard, Protect. And then it finally clicked a move that did something, and that won him the game. Won him the game. Like, that's kind of crazy. Like, that's a very weird sequencing of things. But I really liked. I thought that really showed a lot of foresight from Ryu, realizing what needed to happen. Right, saying, okay, well, you're gonna set up Tailwind. I can't really stop that, but I can like stall. I can stall through those Tailwind turns, and then get into a position where Talonflame plus Basque Legion can actually kind of just sweep through the game. I think that does key into that Chandler probably did not have the King Gambit in the back, right? Because King Gambit probably could have won that endgame. This Talonflame does not have a fire type attack, and so dual wing beat certainly doesn't work. And this Basque Legion did lock into last respect, so that would have just been KO to a Sucker Punch. So whichever Mega Evolution Chandler brought, Ryu knows that it's probably one of those and not that King Gambit based on when he forfeited that turn.
Gardevoir once again demonstrates adaptability from the Basque Legion. Not going to matter too much. I think it would have. I guess it didn't really matter if it traced fine either. That traceability will go away when Gardevoir does Mega Ball, but perhaps more importantly, there's no Whimsicott on the field, which means there's nothing really stopping Ryu from going for a Tailwind and Hyper Voice here, other than the fact that it probably won't immediately KO either of the Pokemon. We are going to see no swap outs here. That Gardevoir is going to go ahead and Mega Evolve and gain the Pixelate ability. And we are going to see the Talonflame once again go for Protect.
This is Talonflame's favorite move. It likes Protect so much. Gardevoir moves before the rest of the Pokemon, goes for a Hyper Voice into both. Basque Legion does go for the Wave Crash into the Talonflame's Protect this time. The Iron Head, though, falling up into the Gardevoir, just KOs it immediately. This Gardevoir is not very bulky, it looks like, just getting KO'd left, right, and center. We saw Floette take an Iron Head from the King Gambit earlier, and this is Black Glasses King Gambit. It's not like it's Life Orb or anything.
One thing I want to quickly point out, I think we mentioned it in passing, but we can tell looking at the team sheets that Ryu's King Gambit, their King Gambit is max speed.
Yeah, max speed Jolly.
And has low kick.
That's crazy.
Ryu could just go for like dual wing beat into the Basque Legion weekend thanks to the fire Hyper Voice, and then just go for a low kick. And that's exactly what's going to come out.
Is this enough to KO Basque Legion? Oof, just barely. Yeah, I was a little close on that Talonflame. Not the strongest, even with that sharp beak. It is trying, though. King Gambit will be next to go for a nice little low kick into Whimsicott, which you might think, well, that was pretty meaningless damage, but breaking the Focus Sash is always somewhat meaningful damage, right? Where now Whimsicott is threatened to get KO'd to a single attack that isn't dual wing beat, right? Dual wing beat was able to do it before. And Chandler gets to bring in the Floette in a more favorable position than it might have been in that prior end game where it would come in and immediately removed. But yeah, Floette now is in a spot where it can do a lot of damage to this King Gambit on Ryu's side, which we know is fast, but probably not very offensive or not very bulky if it is that fast. So a Light of Ruin could maybe just pick up this King Gambit instantaneously.
We already see the dual wing meat come out here. That is going to KO the Whimsicott. No more Encore shenanigans, no more Tailwind. It is now going to be Chandler's Floette versus the World here. But honestly, if you had to bring one Pokemon to go against the World, Floette, not a bad idea. Light of Ruin is going to come out here. That should KO this King Gambit.
Yeah, just absolutely ruin this King Gambit. So Chandler does still have their own King Gambit in the back, so not quite a 1v. It's still a 2v2 at this point, but that's a lot of recoil damage. Potentially enough to put it into the range from this Talonflame's dual wing beat. We'll have to see. And King Gambit, King Gambit brought out by Chandler, and Basculegion's the final one from Ryu. So this is now kind of an awkward position where, you know, King Gambit can potentially win this game simply through Sucker Punch and Kowtow Cleave. Essentially, Sucker Punch with Black Glasses enough to pick up the kill. Basculegion. The Basculegion might want to go for Aqua Jet to get around that, but then Kowtow Cleave to get there. Ooh, but the Quick Guard. That's right, the Quick Guard. I forgot about Quick Guard. That makes this a lot easier. So Sucker Punch never going to work with that Quick Guard. And so this means that a Wave Crash from this Basculegion, very simple, picks up. No!
Oh, barely
Doesn't KO the King Gambit. Okay, but you just do the same thing again, but then, you know, maybe Floette can go for a Moonblast, and that maybe picks up, and it's Floette versus Talonflame. This is still, like, the Quick Guard makes it so much more in Ryu's favor, but it's still an awkward-ish swap.
Yeah, Chandler's got to decide, do I go for Sucker Punch? Thinking Ryu's not going to click Quick Guard, or Quick Guard is turning around, so I just have to use any one of these two Pokemon, and that'll put me in a really big advantage spot next time. I think Chandler's going to lose this Floette is what I think is going to happen here.
It seems pretty likely here. It already took, you know, nearly 60% from recoil, but no... Oh, yeah, no need to Quick Guard at all. Just dual wing beat because Talonflame still has Gale Wings intact, goes before that Sucker Punch, and so, you know, provided dual wing beat connects, which thankfully for Ryu it did. So, really like that play. Talonflame just causing so many problems for Chandler. That Quick Guard saves the Basculegion, the dual wing beat cleans it up, and then the Basculegion Wave Crash is enough to pick up the KO on that Floette. So, yeah, we saw sort of two different styles of sort of like tailwind offensive teams, but I think Ryu really got the better end of that, where you know, that the Talonflame just proved so much more useful than the Whimsicott did. Able to stick around a little bit longer, crucially stopped Whimsicott from setting up its own Tailwind if it wanted to, and then the Quick Guard and the Dual Wing were just so good. Like Talonflame didn't take any damage the entire set, which is kind of crazy. Just maintained Gale Wings the entire time. So Ryu was basically playing with Gen 6 Talonflame with permanent Gale Wings, and turns out that's pretty good. And you just can always have a priority dual wing beat with that sharp peak. It's even with Talonflame's lower attack stat. Dual wing beat is, you know, what, 40 base power, hits twice. That's more than twice as strong as a regular normal priority move would be from, you know, like a quick attack or what have you. So yeah, that priority was really nice, and sort of a weird, you know, less common combination of Pokemon from Ryu, but I really liked it here, where, you know, Gardevoir less common of a choice, but than Floette obviously, but
yeah, Ryu
pretty
and
good.
Chandler's team share two Pokemon, but the way they are trained is very, very different. Those two being the Basculegion and the King Gambit. The commonality between these two being that Ryu's Pokemon are significantly faster than Chandler's counterpart. King Gambit is max speed, allows it to threaten Chandler's King Gambit with the low kick, 4 times super effective, definitely will KO despite Ryu's King Gambit presumably having significantly less attack effect. And also the Basculegion also just being faster than Chandler really, really impactful as well.
Yeah, with the choice scarf. There's also we can sort of say, well, there's two Tailwind attackers, right? We've got the two Tailwind sitters. We've got Whimsicott and we've got Talonflame, but Talonflame is naturally faster than this Whimsicott, and so it's like, well,
we definitely saw turns where just going for dual wing beat.
Yeah, it's like, all right, if you need to click Tailwind to get the speed advantage, Talonflame with dual wing beat will say, you can't click Tailwind to get the speed advantage. You will just simply get KO'd before that happens. And that just means that Ryu can maintain that speed advantage the entire game. And that's more or less what happened in Game 2. Game 1 was certainly a little bit more awkward. but still that Talonflame was able to keep itself safe. And that quick guard was awesome. That quick guard was so good. So useful. It stopped an Encore, stopped a potentially, was able to use that to escape any Sucker Punch mind game, saying, well, if I click this button, you will never get to do any damage with Sucker Punch this turn. And that was very, very important.
We are going to quickly hop in an alternate game here. I must admit, I don't know the player. Oh, actually, we were kicked out of the room. Thank you, Pokemon Champions.
Thank you, Pokemon Champions. All right. Let's take a
Yeah, we'll take a quick break.
We'll take a break.
We'll be back maybe with
if anything, with Top Cut in a little bit after we get everything sorted. But
yeah, we will be right back. Don't touch that dial.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are back for our mid-year celebration in Sunnyvale, California. My name is Zach. Joined by Kurt again. We are into our top 8 now, featuring a player with a cool team that we wanted to feature again, and someone we haven't seen on stream yet. So we've got Tarun versus Harmon. Tarun, the team we have not seen yet on stream, that Mega Gengar, Politoed, Mega Swampert, Pashoberry, Incineroar, Vivian, and Archaludon, the rain staple, up against Harmon's Ninetales, which probably is going to be a pretty key player in this matchup, alongside the Blaziken, Mega Blaziken, Mega Venusaur, Life Orb, King Gambit, Choice Scarf, Basculegion, and Focus Sash, Lycanroc Dusk form with that Tough Claws ability. Not sure if it'll have too much play in this matchup, though. It does have close combat to hit Archaludon, which is pretty nice. But yeah, I'm really curious to see how this matchup plays. We have not seen Mega Gengar. It's kind of a harder, more difficult Pokemon to use, but Tarun pretty skilled with it so far. Put in the time. Let's see if it can get more value out of it than most can against Harmon's team. If it is brought, it's going to be in the back, but I mean, we'd have Swampert here, so maybe not a Gengar game quite yet, as Venusaur and Basculegion coming out against the Vivian and Swampert.
Yeah, I believe Karn is person to only have, or he is both the only person to have Mega Gengar and the only person to have Mega Swampert in this entire tournament. And here he is top 8 with it. We'll have to see how well they can perform.
Yeah, this is a Choice Scarf Basculegion, most notably, so we'll be able to outspeed and potentially flip turn off of this Vivian, breaking its Focus Sash. But Vivian is in a pretty good spot, right? Hurricane hits a lot of things for pretty good damage. Sleep Powder is hard for Harmon to really manage outside of Venusaur. And so Vivian is immediately in a pretty reasonable spot. Also, you have to worry about Politoed switching in at any moment and Swampert immediately doing a lot of damage. But Swampert is also kind of in an awkward spot because this Mega Venusaur does have a grass move. It does have Giga Drain. So that is something that Tarun has to be worried about. One Giga Drain just immediately will KO the Swampert. So no real surprise to see it playing defensively.
Yeah, and the Swampert also has no way, as both of them protect, also has no way of really damaging this Venusaur. That's a lot of damage. Holy.
That's a big flip turn.
Wave Crash obviously resisted by Venusaur's Grass type, and Ice Punch is hopefully not super effective thanks to Mega Venusaur's Thick Pad ability. But we are going to see the Sleep Powder from the Vivian actually boosted by that Compact Eyes into the Lycanroc, and Tarnum's not out of the woods just yet, for certain, but still in that very awkward position. What is Vivian going to do to this Venusaur? Can launch a Hurricane. It's not going to deal that much damage.
Yeah, curious to see. Venusaur will be going for the Mega Evolution now, so Blaziken is in the back. It will not be able to take advantage of Mega Evolution this time. Lycanroc will take its first mandatory turn of sleep as Vivian shows itself to be faster, not a huge surprise. Goes for a pretty nice Hurricane. That is a lot of damage. Well, now it's crucial which one of these is faster. Swampert is actually faster, so goes for the Earthquake. See, is this enough to pick up the KO on this Venusaur from that percent? It is. That's how you get rid of Venusaur.
Wow, I'm going to have to take back my words there. I was not expecting Vivian to have a game like that.
Yeah, that Hurricane does a lot. Hurricane's a very strong move, same type attack bonus boosted, and so yeah, Vivian, no slouch in the damage department, especially when it is hitting for super effective. And so when I think, well, what does Swampert do outside the rain? It's like, well, it still can just hit stuff. That's pretty good. But now another big problem for this Swampert. It got rid of the grass type. That's great. This Ninetales has Freeze Dry. Freeze Dry is also 4 times super effective and very scary for this Swampert to deal with. So have to imagine Tarun's going to finally need to start switching around in order to not only take control of the weather, but keep these Pokemon safe from very strong ice type attacks.
Yeah, Tarun, on the one hand, wants to switch out the Vivian for the Politoed. That'll get rid of snow and pollinate the Swampert to actually be the fastest response to
Politoed is showing up. Ooh, but okay, Swampert's saying, well, I don't need to switch out if I can just KO the Ninetales, which Wave Crash in the rain certainly does that. So there you go. That's the Ninetales. This Ninetales is not a great time on stream. Every time it shows up, its weather just gets immediately taken away from it.
Lycanroc does go for the rock side, but unfortunately it's too little too late. afraid. We do know Harmon's last Pokemon. It is the Basculegion. And to be fair, Basculegion, Voice Scarf in the rain is going to put in some work here, but it's almost a 1v4.
Yeah, Lycanroc is going to struggle to really contribute all that much. Swampert in the rain can probably just Earthquake and KO that. The one thing, yeah, Basculegion can maybe like at least force out Tarun's final Pokemon to see what that fourth one is. That's probably what he's hoping for at this point. Because Politoed, has Encore, which is completely worthless, and maybe Protect, yeah, which it will be doing on it this turn. As Swampert does just go for the straightforward KO the Lycanroc and do some pretty good damage to Basculegion. Good to see where Basculegion decided to target. If it is the Politoed, then this is pretty bad for Harmon. I think he's at least at this point trying to figure out what is the last Pokemon that Tarun did bring. So Last Respect, fully powered up, is enough to pick up Swampert, but Swampert did more than enough already in this game. So if you're Tarun, pretty happy with that.
The Archaludon. And he does again.
Yeah, he's going to be showing Archaludon, so Harmon doesn't have to guess anymore, knows what 4 Pokemon were brought. I think Tarun could have maybe brought in Vivian, but I think Politoed probably can't quite do 40% of this Basculegion, even with the Weather Ball. But Archaludon does show itself to be sturdy enough to stomach that max power Last Respect and Electro Shot after this nice little special attack boosting animation should be enough to clean up this game. Yeah, this Archaludon is a bold nature, or stat alignment, so it has a lot of defense to it. So he's able to take that very powerful Last Respect and close out the game pretty cleanly for Tarun. I think really well played with that Mega Swampert, got a lot of value out of it. Even in spots where it looked like it was very threatened, just was able to cleanly handle the threats that could do 4 times super effective damage to that Swampert.
Yeah, and on the one hand, you might think, well, that was a 5-minute game. Charon absolutely swept Harmon. Any one of things could have easily changed that. There was the turn 1 where both the Swampert and the Venusaur protect. Obviously, if Venusaur just went for an attack, any attack at all on the Vivian, that would be a very different game.
Yeah, Sludge Bomb goes in that slot, and suddenly Vivian is not there to get that very crucial Hurricane. Venusaur is a big problem for Harmon. I think Harmon did a great job identifying that Venusaur and Ninetales are extremely strong picks here, right? Against Archaludon, the rest you need to use special attackers because the rest of Harmon's team is purely physical, right? So not only are these Pokemon good into rain, but they can overwrite the rain and they can threaten Swampert and Politoed with quite a lot of damage, as well as the Archaludon. So it's going to be really important for Harmon to get value out of that Venusaur because it is so threatening. Giga Drain, Sludge Bomb, Earth Power, that just hits like everything on Tarun's team for really good damage. So certainly made sense for Tarun to target it down with some of the measures.
Harmon actually going to switch up the lead completely here, as will Harmon. Harmon leading Basculegion and Lycanroc. Harmon leading with Incineroar and Mega Gengar.
Ooh, yeah, so Gengar looks even Mega Pokemon of choice. Probably not going to have Swampert as well in the back, so maybe Tarun thinking, okay, I've kind of dissuaded Harmon from leading Basculegion maybe, so I can maybe go for more of a Perish mode this time with this Perish Song and Mega Gengar. Does have 2 attacks, it still has Sludge Bomb and Shadow Ball in order to do damage. So Shadow Ball also pretty threatening into Basculegion. Basculegion has been intimidated, and the Last Respect is only 50 base power as none of its allies have fainted quite yet. So this Gengar is probably in a solid spot to do some pretty good damage. This Gengar is timid, and this Lycanroc is adamant, so most likely this Gengar should be moving first, and now everything's trapped on the field, except maybe that Basculegion.
Yeah, Basculegion, I imagine, going for a flip turn rather than a hard turn, as the Lycanroc is going to launch out the attack, and Incineroar is going to take out Lycanroc. Of course, Basculegion with his Ghost typing, not able to take that, but Wave Crash is going to Gengar, that -1. Honestly, even at neutral probably was not enough to KO the Gengar. But Parasite is going to come out here. Again, Harmon's Basculegion is voice locked, so there's no flip turn he can get, although he can hard switch out the Basculegion thanks to those type. But honestly, might have just put in all the work he needs. I imagine the Rock type from this Lycanroc, even at -1, will KO.
Maybe, yeah, this Gengar might be able to take it. We'll have to see. I think Turn probably expected the Basque Legion to flip turn there, and then the Parasong on that turn kind of catches whatever switches in immediately, which he knows is not a Ghost type because that Basque Legion is the only Ghost type on the field. Kind of gets that immediately trapped in and with the Parasong out, but because Harmon just went for straight damage instead of trying to reposition, kind of gets punished a little bit, where now the Parasong in that slot is very unlikely to be very productive, as Basque Legion is unlikely to stick on the field for 3 turns in a row anyway. Does target the Incineroar instead to make it eat that Passion Berry, which does still a very good amount of damage into that Incineroar. And Gengar protecting probably for nothing unless a Rock Slide comes out and it can dodge that, which it does. So Gengar's safe at least from this Rock Slide, but Incineroar is really taking a beating on this turn. Gets brought very, very low, down into 27%. And does it flinch? No, it doesn't. So it does get 2 parting shots into that Basque Legion, but Basque Legion's just been being given a lot of turns to attack, which is usually what you want if you're the Basque Legion user, and usually not what you want if you are not the one Basque Legion.
Yeah, Tarnum's or Calon here does have the stand ability, as we saw in Game 1. So I would love to eat some Wave Catchers, love, especially to eat some Rock Slides from either of these 2 Pokemon, especially now that they're down Basque Legion at -2 and Lycanroc at -1. But even so, that Gengar is still in trouble.
Yeah, Gengar has previously protected, so it is certainly under threat of a potential double up, so would be too shocked to see Gengar switching out on this turn. Boone could be going for the sort of switch out Gengar, sacrifice the Incineroar play, so that Gengar can come right back out, get that, maintain the trap for the prior turn, so the next turn, and so this Lycanroc does get KO'd, but Venusaur will be coming in instead of that Basque Legion, as Gengar also leaving the field, or Politoed actually in this case. So maybe looking to get some Electro Shock going with this Archaludon before it's too late. Lycanroc will go for a close combat at -1, still does quite a solid chunk of damage. That Tough Claws boosting that close combat, pretty noticeable levels that Archaludon's not going to walk away from that without feeling it. The Electro Shot will go off, but I would imagine it's into that Basque Legion slot, so the Venusaur will be able to take it pretty comfortably.
This Archaludon is that +1 special attack. That does mean Harmon really needs to start targeting. He doesn't want Archaludon to run away with him. But even so, I think more close combat will do it. So Harmon's got to make a choice here. He's going to preserve the Lycanroc, with something else taking some big damage, knowing that he could just launch an Electric Shot into that slot, especially knowing one of the 2 Pokemon in the back on the front side is the Basque Legion. On the other hand, Lycanroc kind of has done its job. Chip down the Gengar, chip down the Archaludon, put it in Earth Power range. I could see a world where Harmon just sacrifices the Lycanroc for extra damage on either of these.
Yeah, Lycanroc isn't super important in the grand scheme of this matchup. It's just kind of the best Pokemon to take up space and force Tarun to attack it multiple times, and be able to buy turns with things like Rock Slide and maybe chip something with the Excel Rod. It's just kind of like taking up space, but we're seeing Politoed also realizing Politoed's not great in this particular situation, so switches into Incineroar, but yeah, King Gambit catches that Incineroar switch and gets a Defiant boost on the switch in, which is, things are really not going great for Tarun, where this Gengar also is, not loving the fact that the King Gambit is now on the field with a Defiant boost, where kind of the big bane of Gengar's existence. And speaking of the bane of existence, Archaludon protected from the Earth Power, but Venusaur just didn't even need to target it, saying, all right, I'll just ignore everything around the Archaludon and then Earth Power it a little bit later, which Archaludon is very, very threatened by these Earth Powers. So
very gutsy play by Harmon, just completely ignoring the +1 Archaludon, but huge momentum swing. Not only did Harmon preserve Lycanroc at full HP, King Gambit full HP, and at +2, and that's one less Incineroar you have to deal with.
Yeah, this is quickly slipping away from Tarun here, where he's got Gengar back out and the trap is in place, but there's no Parasong yet, and it feels almost impossible for him to be able to get a Parasong off. Instead, deciding to cut his losses and try to get rid of the Pokemon in front of him. Goes for the Sludge Bomb into that Venusaur, and Archaludon does stomach that Earth Power thanks to the leftovers recovery it's accrued from the last few turns. So the follow-up Dragon Pulse with the +1 boost from the Electric Shot is enough, so Venusaur has been removed. But that's one problem gone. That's great, but King Gambit is still here, and this Kowtow Cleave is going to get a KO under either of these, and it is going to be Gengar. So the trap is fully gone, and Rain is not going to be reset as Troon is brought down to his final 2 Pokemon, and Archaludon is still dangerously low, even with this leftovers recovery, still firmly in the red, and so even with the stamina boosts as accrued, this +1 attack King Gambit Sucker Punch is certainly a threat.
Yeah, Harman finally loses a Pokemon, but all 3 of his other Pokemon are at full HP, and it is a Basculegion in the ring. That is also not to underestimate.
We haven't even, I forgot about that guy. It's still there.
But Harman is instead going to opt for the Lycanroc here, still in a really good position. Probably doesn't want to click Rock Slide on account of giving Archaludon an unnecessary stamina boost. But honestly, you could just go for 2 close combat into this Politoed. Politoed is really bulky, like not the most powerful Pokemon in the world, but with the Focus Sash, you know, she can live, get a free attack off somewhere. But it says going to launch the close combat into the Archaludon.
Yeah, I like that. Just saying, well, if I go for the close combat into that, then I get that KO, and then the Kowtow Cleave is going to be doing more damage into Politoed than the other one. So just sort of maximizing the amount of damage that Harman can get out, which there's really no reason not to do that. Politoed also only has 1 more turn to frolic in the rain with its more powerful weather balls, and after that, Politoed is really going to be up against it. So yeah, I think Troon is trying, sort of from a macro sense, to just have a more rain-based perish mode, which really did not work against Harman's team and how he adjusted. Didn't even bring the Ninetales, right? Troon had weather control, but it just didn't really matter, right? The weather ball does good damage, but King Gambit's Kowtow Cleave should be enough to finish up this Politoed and bring us into a decisive game 3.
Yeah, honestly, insanely good adjustment by Harman. Really catching Karin off guard with. I don't think that was Harman's intent, but you know, when you lead Basculegion and you're facing down an Incineroar and a Mega Gengar, you're feeling really good about that. And
yeah,
also calling out the Politoed swap.
Yeah,
really,
getting
really
getting the Defiant boost on. Yeah, Defiant boosted Life Orb King Gambit. Turns out that does a lot of damage. And yeah, I think this really did the Gambit that Troon made of saying, well, clearly you're gonna respect my Swampert mode and go for more Ninetales stuff, so I can go for Gengar instead. Just really didn't work, right? Where Swampert's great into the King Gambit, but Gengar is very poor into King Gambit. Gengar is better into Ninetales, but Swampert bad into the Ninetales. So kind of playing around that. And, we saw Harman did not even bring the Ninetales in game 2, instead deciding to say, well, I don't care about losing the Weather War. It's a losing. I'm going to lose it anyway, right? The Troon just has more of an ability to switch around, so it doesn't really matter. Let me just bring Pokemon that can fight, you know, whether it's snowing or raining or no weather at all. Just they can just do their job, and that proved a lot more effective against Kareem's game. I'm kind of shocked if I see him do the Gengar thing again, given how disastrously it went. Right, you got a Paris song off, and nothing even got KO'd to the Paris song.
Yeah, honestly, would have gone a lot better if Karin just launched the Sludge Bomb into Venusaur.
Yeah, just go for the damage there. I think the Vivillon is really nice, and if you can get Archaludon into that spot a little bit earlier, I think it can be a very potent option as well. So, yeah, I would imagine. I was gonna say probably. I would imagine we see Turin go for the game one lead, and that's exactly what we see. Vivillon and the Swampert once again, and Harman going for the Basculegion this time next to Venusaur. So a bit of a hybrid approach.
Yeah, Harman putting Karin in a bit of kind of a fake 50-50 here, where Harman can just double target Swampert, which kind of pushes Karin to heavily consider going for the deck. But of course, with Harman freezing back and double target Vivillon instead. Karin's going to decide, do I want to play the Protect Golem game, or do I want to try something else? Harman decide, do I want to really target down this Swampert with Pokemon that really threaten, or do I want to try and get a blowout that Vivillon that causes so much trouble in game 1? No one's going to switch out here. Harman is going to go ahead and Mega Evolve the Venusaur. And we are going to see Karin do these things.
Swampert will be also Mega Evolving here, so probably unlikely that either of these two Mega Evolved Pokemon will be protecting on this turn. But Basically, no one's switching, no one's just going, just no hold barred, Wave Crash straight into Vivian, bringing it down to that Focus Sash. Vivian should be the next to move after this Basculegion takes some hefty amount of life recoil. The Hurricane, though, will miss into the into the Venusaur. So this Hurricane plus Earthquake play is going to be a lot less impactful than it was in the previous game. So Sludge Bomb will be able to follow up and KO the Vivian. So I was going to say Vivian looks great here. If it can connect that Hurricane, it does not. So that's a lot of damage left on the table.
Yeah, this Vivian has a compound items ability. Its accuracy is boosted, but it's still not even close to 100% accurate. Only about 80% accurate.
Yeah, the Hurricane's not perfectly accurate, so it does miss. And that's pretty bad. However, not the end of the world, right? Because Swampert is still around. Basculegion is extremely low health, which is pretty good. It has to click Wave Crash, which, if you are able to protect Swampert, and then our Galadon can probably do some pretty good damage to this Venusaur. It's not all hope is lost for Tarun. It's not a great turn one, right? But that Earthquake damage is pretty significant, right?
Yeah. Karn also has this great trick swap opportunity here. We can swap out either the Swampert or the Archaludon for Polytoad and get a lot of value off of the partner. Whether it be from Swampert suddenly outspeeding this Basculegion, now being able to go for an Earthquake. Sure, it won't KO the Venusaur, but you'll get rid of the Basculegion free of cards. Or you can swap out the Swampert or the Polytoad and get a nice Electroshot.
And that Electroshot option looks like it's the thing that's most appealing to Tarun here. Switching Polytoad in, boosting up Basculegion's Wave Crash, but Archaludon, I could say, takes that well enough.
Quote unquote, not very effective.
It's still Wave Crash is very strong. It still does a decent chunk, but I think Basculegion actually KOs itself, so that's kind of nice for Tarun. Gets a KO without having to do anything. Polytoad takes a hefty amount of damage from that Giga Drain, enough to activate that Citrus Berry, but yeah, what, 53%? That's quite a lot. So brought very low, and this does allow Archaludon to go for that Electro Shot, probably targeting that Basculegion just to ensure that damage gets into that slot. But the special attack boost is definitely meaningful here. It's going to not necessarily do a whole lot to Venusaur right now, but undoes that Giga Drain recovery, and now put Venusaur closer in range to being KO'd to a Dragon Pulse or Flash Cannon.
Yeah, we also learned something we probably learned in Game 1, I just was not paying attention, is that this Venusaur is actually faster than the Archaludon. That means this Lycan Rock can go for a close combat into the Archaludon. Won't quite KO as we learned in Game 2, but certainly sets it up for an Earth Power. So Karn's certainly got to consider that.
Yeah, and we're once again in a spot where Polytoad is here, but it feels like it's not super impactful on the game. Like the most it can do is go for a potential Weather Ball and bring Lycanroc down to Focus Sash, and that's great and all, but like, okay, when do you get the chance to get that second attack in? Because Polytoad is also under threat from this Giga Drain. Archaludon, again, under threat from the Earth Power from Venusaur. So still a little bit of an awkward spot. So Polytoad will be actually protecting on this turn, as Lycanroc goes for the Rock Slide instead. So doing a little bit of chip damage to this Archaludon, but Archaludon takes it pretty comfortably and just gets a free stamina boost for it, but a flinch could be disastrous.
Yeah, we also don't know how much Earth Power deals, but actually, goes
right
onto the Polytoad, which means Archaludon can Flash Cannon. Honestly, I think that's still okay for Harm. That's really not any different from the situation where Polytoad launches a Weather Ball into
if I'm Harm, I'm like, whew, okay, not the end of the world, totally fine. Like, again, Lycanroc's health is not the most important thing in the game, in the grand scheme of things. So you're probably okay with that, saying, okay, well now I know I can attack Polytoad with that same combination of attacks, and remove that from the field.
Yeah, and if Harmon does want to just launch a green Giga Drain, Rock Slide, and Polytoad, there's really nothing Harmon can do about it. What's he going to do? Sacrifice Mega Swampert?
Yeah, you don't want to do that. I'm pretty sure you don't want to do that. I feel like Tarun had the opportunity to go for an Electro Shot into Lycanroc instead. And then at +2, maybe Venusaur is in range of a potential Dragon Pulse. We'll have to see. Instead of going for an Accelerock, just to make sure the damage gets down onto Polytoad, to make sure it is in Giga Drain range, so that Venusaur not only gets to munch heal a little bit up, but Archer does get KO'd. So now, Rune, this team that likes switching around quite a bit, is down to his final 2 Pokemon, no longer switch. The Dragon Pulse does good damage, but yeah, after another Electro Shot, that could have been a little bit more damage, and then maybe in range of a potential Earthquake from Mega Swampert, which looks like going to be the most appealing option for Trune to go for, is use these final 2 turns of rain with that speed advantage over not only the Venusaur, but also the Lycanroc, to hope Earthquake can clear through and deal enough damage.
Yeah, I'm curious now what Harmon has in the back. If it's the Ninetales, that Swampert's not going to feel very good.
No.
But if it's the Blaziken, then Harmon might want to target down the Swampert to take on the Caludon. Or if it's the King Gambit, too.
Yeah, the King Gambit is also a pretty potent threat here. We are seeing Swampert go for a Protect, actually, so instead of going for Protect Earthquake, Lycanroc will be protecting on this turn as well, so this might be going okay for Rune, except Venusaur also protects, so nothing really happens on this turn. Electro Shot? Oh, no Electro Shot. Okay.
Electro Shot.
Electro Shot would be, something to get out of this turn, but I mean, our Chaladon's probably okay with that, right? More leftovers recovery is not really a bad thing, so we're still kind of in the same spot, just one fewer turn of rain, and our Chaladon's just a tiny bit healthier. But I think Turin's kind of forced into going for the Protect Earthquake play and just try to see if that's enough to actually pick up this Venusaur. It might be close.
Yeah, we learned in Game 1, Earthquake will not be enough. I'm curious if Giga Drain recovery from the Swampert's HP will be enough to put Venusaur back in the green. This is really looking like our Caludon is about to 1v2 the rest of Harmon's team.
It's still a lot of damage. If you got the crit
Very
on the Venusaur, Harmon's probably okay, good. The one HP Pokemon got critical hit instead. So yeah, that Giga Drain recovery though, that's Swampert's final Earthquake. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of healing too. That Earthquake basically didn't happen anymore.
Still in range of 2 Electric Shocks. I believe this Archaludon is still only at +1. We will check in just a second.
Only a +1. It only got 1 Electric shut off, so it's nice. But Venusaur can now start just going for Earth powers. To say nothing of this Life Orb King Gambit does not have low kick, which is pretty nice.
It's not +2.
Yeah, +2 defense. So the King Gambit's not going to be the most impactful thing, but it's really this raid boss Venusaur that is looking very difficult to remove, where if our Chaladon had gotten another Electro Shot off at some point, maybe it would have a little bit of an easier time with a Dragon Pulse KOing this Venusaur. But as it stands, this Earth Power is going to do a good chunk to our Chaladon. It's a 3rd stamina boost.
That's a lot of leftovers recovery.
Yeah, you're going to need a lot more leftovers recovery. If our Chaladon can maybe get this KO with Dragon Pulse, but I think it's going to be just shy. And the Venusaur just has like 10%, a little bit more than Turin can tank. And yeah, like, our Chaladon can potentially 1v1 this King Gambit. It's just the Venusaur that a little bit healthier. I think if Turin had gone for Electro Shot into
there was 2
that
opportunities
Lycanroc,
to go for it.
Into Lycanroc, if you Electro Shot the Lycanroc instead of Flash Cannoning there, I think he's just got enough in the tank. But I mean, I guess he could be thinking, well, if I Electro Shot and then Ninetales switches in, just everything goes.
That's true.
Everything falls apart at that point.
We didn't know Harmon's 4th Pokemon. That certainly changes the calculus.
Right. So from our perspective, it's very easy. Oh, you just click Electro Shot. There's no reason not to. But Trune has to be respectful of the Ninetales. Right. Ninetales is a Pokemon that Harmon has it's very reasonable to bring in this matchup. And so wanted to respect that option because things go very, very badly if our Chaladon just gets stuck out on the field just charging with the Electro Shot. And so at this point, kind of a bit of formality. Venusaur is able to knock this Archaludon. So that is Harmon taking the win over Tarun in a quite tight 3-game set to bring him into the top 4. So well played from Tarun. Great to see the variety with fun Pokemon like Gengar and Swampert, which we've not seen much at all today, but did not claim the win over the Dusk Form Lycanroc and Venusaur. This is a very, very weird combination, which I quite like. Very cool.
Yeah, a little unfortunate that we saw both the Mega Gengar and Mega Swampert in only one game, but I will say
2 games of Swampert. Swampert
we did have 2 games.
Gengar had a really rough show of it, though.
Yeah, I clicked Parasong. And it did click Sludgebomb once to a
That's
Mega
good.
Venusaur.
Yeah,
and
it did good damage, but
definitely
enough
not
damage.
what you want to dedicate your entire Mega slot to.
not as compelling as the Thinking one is. And I think it's also worth mentioning that Hurricane miss really put Tarun in a bad spot. So I think I think if I'm Tarun, I can maybe look at that and say, okay, well, outside of that turn where I could have like maybe Electro shot it and made that call that Ninetales wasn't there, like I don't know, feel like just that Hurricane missing and then just being so close on the damage into Venusaur, then that's like the difference maker. If our Chaladon just did a little bit more damage, could have gotten that KO on Venusaur, and then we're talking about a different victory. So.
Yeah, and again, it's easy from our perspective to say, oh, he should have just clicked Electro Shot, got in the boost. But you also don't want to be the guy who clicks Electro Shot as Ninetales comes in.
Exactly.
You're kind of just stuck there. Our Chaladon can't protect, just eats Earth Power and eats
and Blizzard.
And Blizzard.
You just get Earth Power Blizzard, and you're like, well, that was fun. Let's do that again. No, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. So very, very tough situation to make, right? Because like Harmon didn't bring Ninetales in game 2, but very easily could have brought it again in game 3, because if he's thinking, well, Tarun's going to go for the more of a Swampert-based game, then Ninetales is even better there. So very, very reasonable thing to expect from either player. But yeah, well played to Harmon. So I think we'll be taking a little bit of break. Well, I think all the games are done. So we'll be jumping into top 4 expeditiously
very soon.
Yes. So we'll be back in just a little bit, just a moment, for our top 4 games. So don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. We said we were back with top 4. That graphic is wrong. We are not in top. We're in top 4. We'll get that fixed in just a second. But let's talk about the matchups. We've had these two players on the stream before, and I think we had Ryu playing against a similar. Did we have these two players already?
We've had both of these players. I don't think they were facing.
Yes, this is a rematch from round 5 of Swiss. So they said. I remember they were talking about the rematch potentially before top 4 or top 8 started, and so
That's right. They were talking about that.
I think they're both excited / not excited at all to have this matchup play out again. But I'm curious to see how this can go because we saw some really weird, interesting games the last time we had these two on stream. So I am hoping for yet more fun, interesting gameplay.
To quickly recap some key differences between these teams. First of all, Ryu's Pokemon are in general faster than Chandler's counterparts. King Gambit is max speed compared to Chandler's Adamant King Gambit. Legion is Choice Scarf. And likewise, we did learn that a dual Wing Beat from the Talonflame is enough to pick up knockout on Whimsicott because that Talonflame is faster. But instead, Chandler is going to lead with Mega Floette and King Gambit, whereas Ryu is going to lead with the same Talonflame, but this time accompanied by Komo.
Yeah, Komo is here, which we did not see Komo at all the prior 2 games he's played, and so it is immediately dreading the position in front of a Floette. It doesn't enjoy being in front of King Gambit, but I think Chandler smartly led that alongside Floette, and so on the off chance Ryu does bring Komo, which they have now, Komo is not having a great time there, so you got to imagine that kind of an awkward-ish spot where, if Chandler just says, well, Ryu has to switch out the Komo, then if Komo just goes for an Aura Sphere, then that's King Gambit just kind of gone for nothing, which feels pretty bad. So Chandler kind of maybe feels forced to respect that option, and it looks like that's what we're seeing here. King Gambit will be switching out in favor of that Garchomp, as it seems extremely unlikely that Komo went for a Clanging Scales in the face of a King Gambit and Floette. So an Aura Sphere would probably be the only offensive move that one might expect here as well. It does Mega Evolve, so Charizard most likely not in the back. And Komo also playing a little bit timidly, goes for a Protect.
Yeah, this Talonflame going for a dual Wing Beat honestly did a lot more damage than I was expecting.
That's pretty good damage. One more will KO. As Floette goes for a Dazzling Gleam, which will do some okay damage into the Talonflame. But as the fire typing, okay, that did more than I was expecting. Talonflame is still kind of made out of paper, that's right.
But more importantly, got rid of the Gale Wings ability on the side of Talonflame. Honestly, a pretty safe play. I don't see a world where Chandler doesn't click Dazzling Gleam. Dazzling Gleam more than enough to pick out the knockout on the Komo. And you really just want to break the Gale Wings anyway. But Chandler actually swapping out, revealing Whimsicott. We now know all 4 of Chandler's Pokemon as the Floette goes for a Protect here.
Yeah, I do like this. Gale Wings is now broken. Ooh, but Talonflame did not go for the obvious. Well, I will simply go for a Clanging Scales and a Dual Wing Beat into the Floette. So the Tailwind instead is really nice. Keeps the speed advantage on this Talonflame's favor, in front of Whimsicott. However, Gale Wings is broken, and that is a massive, massive difference because now Whimsicott can Tailwind before Talonflame would KO it with a Dual Wing Beat, which leaves Floette free and clear to go for a lot of damage. And so Komo knows it has to be kept safe from that. There's 2 fairies, no reason to keep those on the field. And even still, you don't even need to go for the counter Tailwind. You can do that later. Encore Talonflame into that Tailwind, so it doesn't even have the chance to go for damage. And Floette is free to do whatever it wants, and might as well just start spreading damage around with some Dazzling Gleams. That's pretty respectable damage on both. It looks like another one will get a double KO.
Yeah, very good play by Chandler to swap into the Whimsicott, realizing, hey, if Ryu goes for a Tailwind here, I'm in a really good position here. And sure, this Legion is still faster than both the Floette and the Whimsicott. And yes,
Tailwind,
it does.
Tailwind could be. Oh, right. This is not. Well, this Legion is Choice Scarf.
Both of them will have Tailwind.
Yeah. The Legion is the Choice Scarf variety, not like Chandler's.
Prankster Gardevoir.
Prankster Gardevoir.
No, I'm just kidding. Chandler swapping out the Floette into a Garchomp here. This still doesn't appreciate a Wave Crash, but I guess appreciates it more than a 50% Floette.
Yeah, also gets that, if there is the case, gets some recoil as well. The last respect instead, just to break the Whimsicott's Focus Sash. I kind of like that. as an option, saying, well, this at least does neutral damage to everything except for that King Gambit, but if you go for a Wave Crash into King Gambit, you're probably getting nearly KO'd to the recoil itself, so I think that's a reasonable enough play from this Fast Illusion. However, Chandler does not have Tailwind quite yet, and so Tailwind's kind of going to be a pretty important option to get on the field here sooner rather than later.
Chandler actually does have Tailwind, but he'll have two more of them compared to Ryu. This is Ryu's last turn of Tailwind, so Chandler could just protect with both the Garchomp and the Whimsicott. Really no downside there. But Ryu going to go ahead here and Mega Evolve Gardevoir.
Yeah, so as the Mega of choice on this team, make no real reason to hold it out. Prankster not that important in the grand scheme of things. So Whimsicott will be keeping itself safe with the Protect. The last respects, though, going into Garchomp instead, so just chipping that down a little bit, but most likely not going to need that chip damage, as a Hyper Voice should be enough to pick up this Garchomp if that happens, but this Earthquake will come out first. Oh my goodness, that is so much damage. That's Basculegion gone. Then that is Gardevoir taken dangerously low. However, this follow-up Hyper Voice, which does indeed happen, Whimsicott will be kept totally safe, but Garchomp does go down, but that's a lot of damage to have done, and Chandler is very importantly kept around the two fairy types. He really needs to keep at least one of those around to make sure that Tomo-O does not run away with the end game.
Yeah, that Earthquake is really, really important because now a Dazzling Beam from the Mega Float should be enough to knock out the Gardevoir. And yeah, Ryu recognizing that.
Yeah, like Tailwind Dazzling Beam just kind of rips through the rest of Ryu's team here. So yeah, really like that play. I think Chandler got a lot more value out of Floette than he had gotten in the prior two games, where it had kind of just didn't get to do much in the prior game. So having it on lead and just saying, I'm just going to chip stuff with Dazzling Gleam, because either way I break Gale Wings, importantly, or I force Como out of here, or I do good chip into King Gambit. Like, either way, like, the Dazzling Gleam just is guaranteed progress for Chandler, meaningful progress.
Yeah, if you're Ryu, you're probably reconsidering bringing Como. It is really good into the King Gambit, and honestly into the Basculegion as well, but man, does it have a tough time against the Garchomp and the Floette and the Whimsicott.
Yeah, I really like the choice, like, conceptually, just because it's such a bold play to pick Como into a team with two fairy types. Obviously, did not necessarily work, but you can see where it's not as far-fetched of an idea of it working as it might appear on the surface, where if Ryu is able to get into that spot where the fairy types are compromised or KO'd, then Como kind of has a field day with the rest of this team. The positioning has to be just right, but certainly doable. Chandler running it back with the King Gambit and the Floette lead, and so the Ryu's lead of their own King Gambit, rather, next to the Talonflame, I think a lot better position than that Como was.
Yeah, getting a sense of deja vu here, as again, Ryu's King Gambit is faster than Chandler's, so that could be a low pick. That would be a knockout into Chandler's King Gambit. So it does have to be a little bit careful here, but you could also just opt to go for an Iron Head dual wing beat into the Floette as well. Chandler's going to have to make a bit of a call here, but so far it seems like that call is going to be no swap out, just going to go ahead and Mega Evolve with the Floette, so probably not protecting either. And we'll have to see what these players go for. Ryu's going to opt for a Tailwind on the Talonflame, no attack here, as if this King Gambit was not fast enough. Instead goes for an Iron Hit into the Floette, and unlike the previous Mega Floette, that Floette has no bulk, immediately dropped.
Yep, that's Floette gone. So Ryu was saying, well, Floette was a big problem. How do I get rid of that? Oh, I can just go for that. The Talonflame takes a massive amount of damage from that Kowtow Cleave, but crucially sticks around to threaten with, well, I guess Quick Guard or something. Like, it can just be a nuisance for the rest of the game. King Gambit on Chandler's side, crucially, does not have Low Kick. It has Protect instead, and so in this King Gambit versus King Gambit matchup, Ryu's not only is faster, but can also just threaten a one-hit KO into Chandler's, and so Ryu certainly has the King Gambit advantage in these two games, and with the Pokemon advantage as well, by 9%, Ryu does look like they have a much better start to this game than last one.
Yeah, this Talonflame is going to swap out here. It could go for half a dual wing beat, I guess a single wing beat onto this Garchomp. But more importantly, this King Gambit is now faster than the Garchomp, so it can either read this Protect, test the Garchomp, or play it safe. I'm going to go safe, attack into the King Gambit. Looks like it was going to be the latter option here. So this is a free Earthquake onto both the Gardevoir and the King Gambit. Will KO the King Gambit, as we learned in the previous game. Will bring Gardevoir to about 20% HP. Actually, it's not KO the King Gambit.
Not quite. King Gambit still, even with this very offensive training, is not still pretty bulky. Takes that Life Orb Earthquake just barely. However, is in range of a potential Sucker Punch now, and now is where the potential Vacuum Wave on this Gardevoir can come into play, maybe.
Yeah, but if it's doing Vacuum Wave, then it's not doing Hyper Voice, so we'll have to see what Ryu goes for. Whimsicott is going to swap out here. If it is a Vacuum Wave into Iron Hand, that could be real bad news, but I have to see what Chandler went for. I also wonder if Sucker Punch is enough to KO the Gardevoir.
I think Sucker Punch could KO either of these, so I think Ryu's got to be really wary of going for non-priority moves. Yeah, that's Sucker Punch, and that is the King Gambit down. So I said Chandler had the worst King Gambit, but it's not. Ryu's is the first to fall, so well, it's going to quickly follow suit, but not quite so much as the Hyper Voice does a lot of damage, but the King Gambit on Chandler's side does stomach it well enough. And now King Gambit wasn't looking great on Chandler's side before, but now it is looking so much better, right? Talonflame doesn't do a lot, gets KO'd to Sucker Punch. Basculegion gets KO'd to Sucker Punch. Gardevoir will get KO'd to Sucker Punch. There's still that Vacuum Wave, though.
Yeah, and the nice thing, well, nice might not be the right word, but if Chandler can secure a knockout onto this Gardevoir, that means Basculegion will be locked into whatever move it chooses, right? Right now, it really wants to lock Aqua Jet. That gets around Sucker Punch to pick up a knockout on the Whimsicott. Honestly, might pick up a knockout onto the King Gambit as well, and that is what it's going to go for, but into the Whimsicott. Although it seems this King Gambit does not go for Sucker Punch. Instead, Gardevoir is going for a Vacuum Wave here. And again, still not the end for Chandler, because still has access to Encore, could Encore the Gardevoir into Vacuum Wave. Obviously, that'd be really good momentum. But also could just kind of say, hey, this Basculegion is going for Aqua Jet. Yes, it is going to hurt, but Garchomp can take those pretty nicely, and maybe I just go for an attack with Garchomp.
Yeah, basically, you might just see does Earthquake just kind of go to town here? A Gardevoir will be keeping itself safe with a Protect on this turn in the face of this likely Earthquake. Aqua Jet is enough to pick up the KO onto Whimsicott. So Tailwind or any other shenanigans from this Whimsicott will not happen on this turn. And Garchomp instead going for a Rock Slide, maybe expecting a Talonflame to switch in on that Earthquake. So it does some okay damage into Basculegion. But I think nicely Ryu has kept this, maintained their Pokemon count so they can switch out Basculegion, get back in, and then Last Respect / Wave Crash with their Close Scarf should be enough thanks to the Tailwind being denied.
Yeah, honestly, almost a good call. If the Talonflame did come in with a pickup and knockout on it and the Gardevoir, and certainly would have taken less damage here, as we actually see Gardevoir go for a Vacuum Wave.
Just slap Garchomp in the face with the Vacuum Wave. There is the Rock Slide for the double KO, which is good and bad, because, good, getting KOs, that's good. You need those to win the game eventually, in most cases. But bad because now Basculegion has a very easy Last Respect to KO this Garchomp from about 50-odd%. So I think Ryu's kind of just got this locked as long as they, don't click Aqua Jet for some reason.
Yeah. You have 4 moves, choose any of them except for Aqua Jet, and you're moving on to game 3.
Flip, yeah, even Flip Turn probably. No, Life Orb Earthquake probably gets it. You have to pick Last Respect or Wave Crash, but Ryu can click buttons correctly. It does select the right one.
Had to get into top 8 somehow.
I had to get to top 4, excuse me.
Top 4, excuse me.
So, yeah, we could, but now Chandler and Ryu are 1-1 into our decisive Game 3 again. We've had a lot of Game 3s today. I think very exciting.
Yeah, I like the adjustment by Chandler. Obviously, Chandler did not win this, but I really like the adjustment he made of bringing in the Whimsicott to damage Talonflame. That was really nicely done. We are waiting for players. Looks like something happened. But in the meantime, let's continue talking about this King Gambit here, because I think that was really the MVP for Ryu. Turn 1 King Gambit, threatening both the Floette and the opposing King Gambit. Really tough spot. Chandler had to make a call, didn't quite get it correctly, and Ryu very heavily rewarded.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like the tale of both King Gambits, where Chandler also felt like his King Gambit was in kind of a worse spot, but because of the chip damage from that Garchomp earlier, kind of put his King Gambit into a position where it could threaten with those big sucker punches to pick up the KO. I think the big, like, otherwise, like, I think the King Gambit on Chandler's side does kind of just run away with the game if Ryu does not have specifically Vacuum Wave on Gardevoir, where in that position, otherwise King Gambit can just Sucker Punch, KO the Gardevoir, Sucker Punch, KO the Basque Legion, Sucker Punch, KO the Talonflame. But it was the fact that Gardevoir was able to move first with a Vacuum Wave and pick up that KO that really turned the tide in that game too. So,
a coverage move of some sort, whether it's Shadow Ball or Thunderbolt or even Trick from Gardevoir, but Vacuum Wave really showing why Ryu has chosen it here, as Chandler makes a really big adjustment in bringing Charizard.
Yeah, we haven't seen Charizard much from Chandler. It's really been kind of the Floette show for the most part, but I do kind of like it here saying, well, if you're going to lean really hard on that King Gambit, I am going to make your life so much harder with this Charizard. Also, with that Solar Beam that this Charizard is packing, can also, of course, deal massive damage into Basque Legion. Potentially enough to maybe pick up a KO on a one-hit KO on it if it's not very bulky and this Charizard is pretty offensive. We'll have to potentially see about that. Garchomp is immediately not loving this position as a Tailwind Hyper Voice is an existential threat to it, and so King Gambit can definitely take that a little bit better as the closest thing to a Fairy Resist that the team has outside of Charizard, which of course will be able to stomach those Hyper Voices relatively well. The Drought will be a great help to it there. There's no Fire-type offensive moves from Ryu, so the only one that's going to really enjoy the Sun is going to be Chandler here. As Gardevoir also will be Mega Evolving second after the Charizard. However, Tailwind will make sure that this Gardevoir does attack first.
Yeah, I'm curious what move Chandler went for here. This Charizard does have both Heat Wave and Weather Ball, in addition to Solar Beam. Looks like it is going to be Heat Wave very crucially landing onto that Talonflame. You are in a bit of a weird 50-50 here, where this Talonflame can go for Quick Fire that can stop any and all Sucker Punches. Gardevoir can just go for another Hyper Voice, pick up the KO on the Gambit for Garchomp switching. So that kind of forces Chandler, or not forces, but makes Chandler consider protecting the King Gambit. And meanwhile, Ryu could perhaps take advantage of that, launch a dual Wing Beat and a Hyper Voice into the start. Yeah,
there's definitely options for Ryu to just get a lot of damage here. King Gambit actually just goes straight for the Sucker Punch, saying you have to click Quick Guard to get out of this spot, but use the Psychic instead of going straight into Charizard. A lot of damage with Charizard, does stomach the hit, and here's the single target Heat Wave, so that's a quick 2 KOs for Chandler here, so Ryu down to their final 2 Pokemon. And 2 more turns of Tailwind as a parting gift from this Talonflame.
Yeah, very nicely done. We now know both of Ryu's final Pokemon. It is, of course, the Basque and the King Gambit. Again, this King Gambit is faster than Chandler's King Gambit, so it does trade in both a Sucker Punch into the Charizard and the Low Kick into the King Gambit. But likewise, this Basque Legion probably going to lock itself into the last respects here. We know the Mega Floette is almost certainly not going to be in this match, which means the last Pokemon is either the Basque Legion, which we would love to go fast respect into, or Whimsicott, in which case it doesn't really matter what move you lock into.
Yeah, if I'm Chandler, I'm probably thinking, do I just go for a double protect here and just see what this Basque Legion locks into, because you know it's got to pick one move for the rest of the game. It will be Aqua Jet, so Charizard is going to find out the hard way what it chose to lock into. But that is a pretty nice lock, because it does mean that Chandler's King Gambit does not get the easy Sucker Punch KO into that slot, and because of the natural speed on Ryu's King Gambit, Chandler is kind of in an awkward spot where now it can't, really do all that much. However, this really paves the way for Garchomp to be in a great position here, because Aqua Jet in the sun into Garchomp is hardly something you need to worry all that much about, and the Earthquake is a very powerful threat here as Aqua Jet comes in, takes just about as much damage from Rough and Recoil.
Yeah, that Sucker Punch should put this King Gambit in Garchomp, Earthquake, Range. But first, the Cow Tap Peak is going to come out. Doesn't do nearly as much damage. Rough Skin not making the case any easier. And that should just be a knockout onto the opposing King Gambit.
All the King Gambits.
All King Gambit. Both red and blue have fallen here. And it is now a King Gambit locked into, or excuse me, a Basculegion locked into Opposite. In the sun, not looking great. Might be turning for Ryu.
Yes, the King Gambits have fallen, but the Queen Garchomp is still on the field and is very much able to take the KO onto this final choice-locked Basculegion. And so Chandler squeaks by and takes the... Well, no, that was a pretty good... That was a pretty comprehensive game through. That Charizard adjustment was really good. So Chandler takes the game over Ryu, so getting revenge for the loss in the Swiss rounds here. And Chandler found himself into the finals, and to see who his final opponent is going to be. Is it going to be Harmon or the other player that he is playing at the moment? We'll have to
Yeah, I
take
think
a look.
that's Tony on the other side of the table.
Oh, it is.
Like,
Yeah. Okay. So it's
see
either
from where we're sitting.
yeah, Chandler or Tony. So we'll have to see who is going. Is it going to be Charizard Floette, or is it going to be Staraptor potentially taking, or Staraptor or Blaziken or some bird? Is a bird going to win this tournament or not? There's still a chance of a bird winning this.
Charizard a bird?
Charizard is no.
It's like the horse all over again. And
Charizard-
speaking of horses, we are gonna. This has nothing to do with horses. We are gonna move into the kind of preview of the other match going on. This is going to be Harmon on your left and Tony on your right. Again, Harmon is playing the Mega Blaziken, Mega Venusaur team. Meanwhile, oh, it looks like the
game just ended.
looks
Never
like
mind.
they literally just finished. So we're actually gonna not do that.
Yeah, they just finished. We'll have to see. We'll be back in just the briefest of breaks for the grand finals here today in Sunnyvale. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment. Hello, everybody. Welcome back for the grand finals here today in Sunnyvale. We've got our mid-year celebration, and we've had some fun, fierce competition between our players, and we've narrowed it down to the 2 finalists.
Yes, just 2. We have Chandler and Tony, both players we saw on a stream. Of course, Chandler was on stream just last round, but we saw both Tony and Chandler earlier in the day. Tony is rocking the Mega Staraptor team, while Chandler is rocking Mega Charizard and Mega Floette. And of course, Tony also has Mega Delphox. Almost forgot to mention.
Yes, there is a Mega Delphox. So there's like some strange similarities between these 2 teams. We've got Whimsicott, Basculegion, Garchomp. Same on them both. We've got a Mega Evolved Fire type that is immune to ground. And then we have slightly different Pokemon from there, right? We've got Ninetales versus King Gambit, and we've got the Floette versus the Staraptor. Last time we saw Tony really likes using the Staraptor against these sort of, Charizard, Floette, Tailwind teams. So we'll have to see if he's able to get similar value out of this Pokemon this time, though. I don't know if Floette was on the last one, so we'll see if that puts a big damper on things. But Delphox is also a pretty good option in the Floette style team. So very curious to see how this matchup plays out. Chandler leading with the Whimsicott and the Basculegion. And yeah, Whimsicott and the Staraptor immediately getting a very nice Intimidate.
Yeah, very nicely done by Tony here. Again, very interesting position because both of these Whimsicott could just go for Tailwind, or Tony also has the option of going for Charm, whether it be onto the Basculegion or onto the Staraptor. I imagine it would be into that Basculegion thing.
Yeah, Whimsicott, it can, no, not this one doesn't have Charm. This one has Tickle.
Oh, this is
instead.
the Tickle one.
Yeah,
there's been a lot of
there's been a number of
here.
Whimsicott. Yeah, but this one's got Tickle, so it can
Honestly,
go for,
that'd be even better.
yeah, the Tickle into
Tickle your own Staraptor.
Tickle into your own Staraptor is pretty nice here, and just start firing off close combats. The nice part is Chandler does have a Ghost type, so close combat is not the freest click. There's also, of course, Whimsicott, which resists close combat, so not the easiest move to click in the world, but an immediate Moonblast straight into Chandler's Whimsicott brings it down below half health as the Whimsicott. We got Whimsicott. Okay, no, I thought we were going to get Whimsicott and Whimsicott Violence. There's Whimsicott Moonblasting into Tony's Staraptor, and it takes a lot of damage, but does survive, crucially. However, the Brave Bird recoil might be enough. We'll have to see. It KOs the Whimsicott, so Tailwind is off the table. Both of these Whimsicott just deciding, should we Tailwind? No, let's just attack.
Yeah,
let's just go for
Moonblast.
it. Just Moonblast. Staraptor does survive, though maybe I spoke too soon, as this Wave Crash will KO that Staraptor here, so we trade Mega Staraptor for Whimsicott, and Basculegion takes the teensiest amount of recoil damage. But in this Tailwind versus Tailwind mirror, having Whimsicott is pretty big, and so Tony still has his intact with the Focus Sash still.
Yeah, Mega Staraptor usually not willing to trade your Mega for the Whimsicott, but again, like you mentioned, that Tailwind is going to make the difference here. Tony still has access to his Whimsicott, not just his Tailwind, but as well. And that could prove especially vital here as Tony swaps in his own Basculegion with the Mystic Water health items. Except this time, could just KO the Garchomp by doubling into it with a Moonblast or a Wave Crash, or also could just launch a Last Respects into the opposing Basculegion, now 100 base power, will pick up the knockout and could even secure it with his Tailwind.
Yeah, and both of these Basculegion are adamant with Mystic Water, and they have the exact same speed stat, so that's fun. So Tailwind looks like it might be an appealing option for Tony, if nothing else, just because Whimsicott will be able to, make sure that Basculegion can go before Chandler's Garchomp, which could be pretty impactful. The Last Respects is boosted, so it can KO Chandler's Basculegion, and so that is a quick 2 knockouts for Tony here as Garchomp can go for a Rock Slide, which pretty reasonable damage to both of these targets. With a critical hit on the Basculegion, I was like, that's a lot of damage. Garchomp's Life Orb Rock Slide does nice damage. However, Basculegion is in Tailwind for one player and not for the other.
Yeah, and to be fair, Charizard is going to Mega Evolve here. That will set up the Sun, really put a damper on Basculegion Wave Smash, so it will have to continue going for Last Respect. But honestly, I think you're perfectly fine for it, right?
Oh no, not
oh no,
last,
I have to use 100 base power Last Respect.
Yeah, I think if you're Tony, you can probably just heck with Basculegion, just like Moonblast the Garchomp, sort of sacrifice Whimsicott, because it's Click Tailwind, it's done its job. the best thing Whimsicott can do now is like maybe do some damage on the way out and give Basket Legion another 50 base power for its last respect. And then you probably can get like Garchomp in, and then Tony is in the certainly has the momentum here. The Tailwind is very massive for making sure that he has speed advantage for the next 3 turns and can really take advantage of it.
Chandler, of course, is going to launch in the Mega Evolution for this Charizard. Nice and black team here with red wings. Go
gray,
ahead
or charcoal gray.
Charcoal gray, purple? Question mark for the adventurous. Whimsicott is going to just launch a Moonblast into this Garchomp.
Look out, Garchomp. Okay, Garchomp does survive the Moonblast, crucially, which is nice, but Basket Legion's Follow-Up Wave Crash, even in the sun, should be more than enough to pick up this Garchomp.
I'm curious what Tony has in the back to support Pokemon. We might find out here as this Charizard is going to launch a very
it would be his own Garchomp, but yeah, Chandler goes for Weather Ball, doesn't want to miss a potential Heat Wave, but at this point, Basket Legion on its own probably is able to do it with just a 150 base power last respect, and yeah, Garchomp all but sort of seals it. No need to even risk missing a Rock Slide. Just last respect plus a Dragon Claw should be enough to clean up this Charizard. But so yeah, why not? Or gambling, it's fun. So we gets the KO with that Rock Slide, and that is game 1 going to Tony with that Mega Staraptor, which is good.
Yeah, again, usually you don't want to trade your Mega Pokemon for kind of a supportive Focus Sash one, but really, really good trade for Tony because that allowed him to set up that Tailwind, and it really paid dividends in that.
Yeah, this is a Tailwind mirror matchup, and so these teams are fundamentally not very sturdy for the most part. They are meant to have great offensive coverage and move before the opponent's Pokemon, either naturally or with the help of Tailwind, and so whoever's moving first is going to be just, dishing out a lot more damage and able to pick up a KO, and then that's not that's damage that the opponent can't, reciprocate back. And so the Tailwind is massive, and I really liked the Staraptor because it just kind of focused attention away from other things, and even a KO'd Staraptor, that's 50 base power for last respect at the very least, at the worst.
Yeah, Chandler gonna go back to the drawing board here and say, you know what? I want this Mega Floette. I need immediate damage. And on the one hand, that is really good in his Garchomp, but this Delphox doesn't mind seeing a Whimsicott or a Floette either.
Yeah, I like this adjustment from Tony, just completely ditching the strategy from last time. We're finally seeing Delphox from this team. We've seen a lot of Staraptor with it, but I think Delphox, perfect adjustment in the face of these two fairy types where Heat Wave, pretty meaningful, pretty threatening into Whimsicott, and the Psyshock, of course, is something that the high special defense but relatively low defense Mega Floette also has to be quite worried about. Speaking of being worried, Garchomp is also not loving this position, but still a reasonable Pokemon you kind of have to respect because Earthquake can still do a lot.
Yes, indeed. Both these trainers are going to Mega Evolve their Pokemon here, and this Garchomp should be faster than the Mega Floette here. Yeah. But not with the
Well, it would have been. Sure would have been, but the Whimsicott tipping the scales a little bit with that Tailwind. So Dazzling Gleam immediately. So Garchomp did not protect, so Garchomp is gone. Didn't really, need to do all that much in game 1, so maybe it's okay that it just drops immediately. Kind of forced the issue, kind of forced action from both Chandler and Tony and able to get something, and so that means this Heat Wave can come out and be able to not only bring Whimsicott down to Focus Sash, but chip the Floette pretty noticeably.
Yeah, not the greatest trade. However, it does allow Tony to bring in this Whimsicott, go for a Tailwind of his own. That means later on in the game, Tony will have an extra turn of Tailwind compared to Chandler. And more importantly, with that Tailwind, will allow this Delphox to threaten the KO onto both the Whimsicott or the Floette.
Yes, I think the staggered Tailwind is going to be pretty important here as these Pokemon as these two teams just sort of trade damage back and forth. The Delphox is probably going to be winning those trades against Floette for the most part, especially once the Heat Wave is connected with Whimsicott, and then Delphox can go for Psyshocks to potentially pick up the KO onto the Floette. But speaking of switching up moves, we're not going to have Delphox. Delphox is not going to have that opportunity afforded to itself. It will have to go for another Heat Wave as Whimsicott on Tony's side matches Tailwind So we'll see Delphox move next with a Heat Wave, which does crucially double connect. That's a lot of damage onto Floette, though. That's certainly more than it was before, thanks to a critical hit. And so now Floette is in range of anything being able to pick up the KO, including a Dazzling Gleam from, or sorry, a Moonblast from Whimsicott in the following turn. And yeah, Delphox is still pretty healthy.
Yeah, that Delphox, only thanks to its fire typing, able to survive 2 Dazzling Gleams in a row. But honestly, a really good turn for Tony here. Chandler does reveal the Basket Legion. Suddenly that Delphox isn't feeling so good.
Yeah.
Honestly, the Whimsicott might not either. Depends on how Tony has trained his Whimsicott, if it's able to survive an Aqua Jet or not. In either case, Chandler's Floette not looking too good. Basket Legion can only KO one of Tony's Pokemon. So Tony has to decide, okay, do I want to attack with both Pokemon into the Floette? But then what if Chandler just protects with Floette and Basket Legion gets a free KO?
Yeah, this is kind of the awkward, where you kind of want to target down Floette, but if Floette does protect, then Basket Legion is kind of just a free shooting gallery to do whatever it wants, which in this case will be going for the Aqua Jet into that Whimsicott. And we know what Delphox is going to do, is going to click Heat Wave. That's the only option. It does connect once again onto both targets. So KOs that Floette finally. And now, well, Delphox is kind of just high and dry and has to get KO to an Aqua Jet next turn, as the Heat Waves did not burn. But here's another Basket Legion coming up. And but here's the real difference, Mickey. Yes, this King Gambit will be the real stopgap, where Sucker Punch plus an Aqua Jet looks to be kind of checkmate here, as Tony has no option to not go for the Heat Wave, and so that means has to always be vulnerable to an Aqua Jet / a Sucker Punch.
Yeah, I think it might just be earnest for Tony here, because the Delphox is locked into the Heat Wave. That's a free Sucker Punch from the King Gambit into Delphox, surely a KO. And even if Tony loses his own Basket Legion, if Chandler loses his own Basket Legion, that means King Gambit can just threaten Sucker Punch later. But instead, these trainers are going to go for the secret 5th option of Aqua Jetting the opposing Basket Legion, allowing Tony's Basket Legion to potentially pick up a knockout here. We'll have to see. It is going to be the last effect into the opposing Basket Legion. But that ends up being the same situation as now.
I think it's
Basket Legion versus King Gambit.
Yeah, 6 of 1, half dozen. I mean, it's still a game technically, because it's now Sucker Punch Mind Games territory, where Basket Legion clicks Aqua Jet 18 turns in a row or whatever, and King Gambit eventually goes down, and King Gambit tries to Sucker Punch each time or something. Like there's a way. But Tony has to get every single prediction correctly at this point, because if there's ever just a kowtow, please.
He didn't Sucker Punch.
He didn't Sucker Punch, so just Wave Crash get there. Not quite. So I think Chandler knows his damage calcs, knows that I can take takes that Wave Crash, and so that is game 2 going over to Chandler. And so now we've been seeing them all day. It's time for another game 3.
Yes, Chandler taking that one honestly off of just good adjustments alone. I would dare say, not to say that Tony didn't made any bad adjustments, of course. The Delphox, I think, was a much better pick in this situation instead of the Staraptor. All Staraptor did game 1 was click Brave Bird into Whimsicott, and that was it.
I mean, better than Garchomp did. Garchomp hasn't done anything all set, really. I mean, yeah, sure, it clicked Rock Slide into the Charizard at the end of game 1, but Basket Legion would have clicked Last Respects and gotten the KO anyway. So whatever, doesn't really matter. So I think if you're Tony, the easiest thing to look back on that game 2 and think is, well, what if I just actually got to use Garchomp? That might have made the difference. So I think he could be looking to make a slightly better thing to lead next to that Delphox, or at least play with it differently, right? Just saying, sort of forfeiting Garchomp to a Dazzling Gleam immediately feels really bad, and just give him less tools in the end game, where suddenly King Gambit came out and it was like, yes, where do I find the damage into that thing? And the answer was you don't. You just get KO'd.
I mean, that game was really close. If Tony can, I do think Tony has the right core, the Delphox, the Basket Legion, the Whimsicott, the Garchomp. You really don't want to bring Alolan Ninetales into this matchup, not only because of the Mega Charizard, but also because of the King Gambit as well. And of course, you can't bring both Mega Staraptor and Mega Delphox. But we'll have to see if Tony agrees with me here as we head into Game 3 of the final here at CardArt mid-year celebration. Chandler leading off with Floet and Whimsicott, and Tony switching up just a tad with Whimsicott and Basculegion.
Ooh, yeah, so we're not privy yet to what Mega Evolution Tony has decided to select for this game. We saw Talonflame, Staraptor, the other bird. We saw Staraptor in game 1. We saw Delphox in game 2. Chandler just going back to what worked in game 2 with the Floet lead, realizing, wait, if I just click what happens if I just click Tailwind Dazzling Gleam? That's pretty good, right? The Tailwind for Whimsicott on Tony's side will go first, but I imagine Chandler's going to follow up that pretty shortly. Yep, there's Tailwind. An animation so nice, we saw it twice. Tailwind on both sides, so no one has Tailwind. Floet immediately going for Light of Ruin. All the damage in the world. Basculegion getting completely eviscerated by that, so that's 1 KO down. 3 more to go if you're Chandler, but that recoil is absolutely disastrous for that Floet. It is now within range to be KO'd from just about anything now.
Yeah, we have an interesting mind game here of who's going to encore who in Tailwind. Are we going to like stalemate? We both agree to click Move Blast this turn.
Yeah, like if I win the speed tie and encore you into Tailwind, you're going to be really sad. I really like this positioning from Staraptor now. If Staraptor is faster than this Floet, then it is in a position to potentially KO with a Brave Bird, or maybe switch out and let Whimsicott use the Fairy Aura against Floet to pick up the KO with Moonblast, so we'll have to see. Staraptor can also not Mega Evolve strategically to not be weak to Fairy. But I like this play from Chandler, playing a little bit more conservatively, deciding to keep Floet in the back, save it for later when it can potentially just click Dazzling Gleam again and finish off this Staraptor. So yeah, seeing Staraptor, knowing, okay, my Floet instantly becomes a lot more important, I should keep it safe. And we do have at least potential speed ties. Encore goes off into Tony's. Whimsicott locks it into Tailwind, so that slot has been neutralized for these 3 turns.
Yeah, we did confirm that this is speed tie because last turn Tony uses caught one first, but honestly, close combat might be the best move this Staraptor wanted to go out for here. Did not eat any fire or fairy type moves from the Floet. If Floet just clicked Dazzling Gleam there, I think that would have been game.
Yeah, that would have been. Not great. Yeah, very much not great. But I mean, there's also like we don't know if Tony actually went for a Moonblast or if Tony went for a Tailwind of his own. We saw the Tailwind, but it was Encore locked into that, so we had to from that point. But yeah, Staraptor is now kind of off to the races. Has a close combat under its belt. That's great. Also, that just did half to Whimsicott. Like, what?
Yeah, quote-unquote, not very effective
not
move,
very,
by the way.
Looked effective enough to me. Yeah, Whimsicott is forced off the field, so Chandler could try to take advantage of that and just sort of fire off into that slot, but instead deciding to once again harass Tony's side of the field with another Encore into this Staraptor. The close combat doesn't go into the Whimsicott, goes into the Basculegion instead, so the last respects actually into the Garchomp. Doesn't do that much because there's not any Pokemon, no Pokemon have been KO'd yet, so not big damage, but the Whimsicott now on Chandler's side has a pretty safe Moonblast into that Garchomp. But
I would argue it has an even safer protecting Tailwind next turn.
Yeah, there's also that. Like Tailwind is also dwindling low. Yeah, this is kind of an awkward spot where I think Tony tried to go for Brave Bird into the Basculegion, but didn't get it there. And here's just another Moonblast, and Garchomp is just
MVP
gone.
of the set, by the way, going to go ahead and fall to another Moonblast for the second time. Close combat, as we confirmed last turn, is going to knock out. And sure, Basculegion does get a free hit off into this Staraptor, but this Staraptor, first of all, is at +2, and also next turn, Tony can just send in the Whimsicott, set up a Tailwind, and now neither the Floet nor the Basculegion. Right.
Oh yes, yeah. Tony can send in his own Whimsicott. Chandler's Whimsicott is gone, so Tony's won the Tailwind war, but kind of has a lot of work to do still, right? Where the nice part is with the Tailwind advantage on Tony's side, the Floet is kind of compromised. It's so low where with close combat just picks up that KO, which we know Tony's locked into using that move. But
another move, I don't know if we've confirmed how fast these Pokemon are relative to another, but Tony can just go for a Tickle onto the Staraptor, and if Staraptor is the fastest thing on the field, +1 close combat definitely will pick up the knockout on the Floet.
Yes, we have to see about that. I think the Staraptor's probably, I mean, the Staraptor's adamant and the Floette is timid, so I would probably expect Floette to be a little bit slower. As the Floette does keep itself safe with the Protect on this turn, as Whimsicott goes for a Tailwind to maintain that speed advantage. The Close Combat going to the only target that it can reasonably go for is that Vascular Legion. Once again, another Wave Crash. Gosh, that does so much damage. Staraptor barely hangs on. That's a +2 with +2 defense, and Staraptor's Encore is ended, but its time on the field is also almost ended.
Yeah, I wonder if this Whimsicott, it can go... So here's the thing, right? Vascular Legion wants to click Oxygen Protect, but Whimsicott could click Encore. Encore Vascular Legion to Wave Crash will allow it to move last and allow Staraptor to get one last hit into either the Vascular Legion or the Floette.
Yeah, this is an awkward... We're seeing Whimsicott go for Encore actually into the Floette. So Floette is not going to do anything on this time as Floette, yeah, just goes for another... Gets the double. Gets the double protect. Okay. What does Vascular Legion do? It does the Aqua Jet, so Staraptor has been felled this time, so Whimsicott's got a lot of work to do. Fairy Aura boosted Moonblast is good, but I think Chandler has enough resources in the tank. Still has one more Pokemon in the back. Potentially... would imagine it is going to be that King Gambit, but we will have to see. As there it is. Yep, I know this game. King Gambit comes out, and that is kind of spelling all but certain doom for Tony here, where kind of that instant Light of Ruin to remove Vascular Legion on turn 1 is just really far behind. In the last respects, brings Whimsicott down so low, where the Aqua Jet, Sucker Punch, like there's just Whimsicott can do some decent damage, but certainly not going to be enough to chew through all of this health that Chandler has remaining.
Yeah, it's looking like Chandler is going to be your 2026 Mid-Year Celebration champion here at CardArt. Applause is going off in the back, which you probably cannot hear now that I think about it. But really well done by both of these players. You know, if I had to pinpoint a moment where this game really went in Chandler's favor, it was probably when Garchomp did absolutely nothing other than die to Moonblast. But being a little bit more fair, you know.
Garchomp, Tony's Garchomp, I'm sure it could do stuff.
I'm sure it was impactful in the other 6 rounds today,
yeah,
but
we did not see it do those.
Not a strong
today,
showing.
Not today, sadly. But I really liked the team. I thought Chandler played very nicely. Got a lot of value out of Floette. That light. It's hard to find the exact right times to click Light of Ruin with Floette because the downsides are pretty bad if you don't click it at just the right time. But saying, well, what if I just KO'd this Vascular Legion instantly? That'd be pretty good, right? And that's exactly what happened. And you know that recoil damage doesn't matter if you never get KO'd as a result. And Chandler was able to keep that Floette healthy throughout the rest of the game, and so. That recoil damage didn't really feel like much of a downside.
Yeah, Light of Ruin, extremely risky, not only because of the recoil, which is a lot, by the way, like
half damage.
That Floette brought itself down to 35%.
Yeah,
that's how much it is.
Because Vascular Legion has a lot of health, and so half of a lot is still quite a lot relative to Floette's max health. So yeah, nearly KOs itself to all the recoil, but you know, any amount of health is better than one, and so.
Yeah, and the other thing is Light of Ruin can also miss. We definitely have seen games be won and lost off of Light of Ruin miss. You gotta be really sure that is the outcome you want. And it honestly worked out really well for Chandler. Can't blame him there for going for it.
Yeah, great play, I think, from both of our players, showing off a lot of fun teams, a lot of more standard teams as well. Kind of the standardest team of all takes the crown here, but only very barely, right? We almost had, you know, Staraptor winning there. If Garchomp ever, you know, did anything meaningful that whole set, maybe we're talking about Staraptor winning the tournament, and that's really cool. So,
but yeah, I think we are going to wrap up here. I've been Kurt. I've been joined by Zach. This has been the 2026 Mid-Year Celebration here at CardArt in lovely Sunnyvale, California. I don't know when the next event is going to be.
I'm not sure. But check out our Discord and Twitter and all the rest of it if you are so inclined. And thank you all for watching.
Yeah, we'll catch you all next time.